Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our County Board of Supervisors June 17th, 2025 hearing, as well as our budget hearings for the fiscal year 2025-2026. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Lee?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino? And Chair Capps.
And I'm here. Please join us in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, next up is our report from our County Executive Office.
There's no report this morning.
A lot of other things to talk about. Okay, Madam Clerk, any announcements?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I just have one quick announcement this morning regarding public participation. For the Board of Supervisors' methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. I would like to note for those that intend to address the board, there will be an opportunity for public comment at the conclusion of each functional group presentation. If you are registering to provide verbal public comment through Zoom, please note which functional group you would like to speak on in your online registration. General public comment for items not on today's agenda will be at the conclusion of today's budget hearings. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcement for today.
Okay, well, thank you. That brings us to the county budget hearings for fiscal year 2025-2026. I have a couple opening comments I'd like to make, but I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to do the same. A little bit of housekeeping. Some who might be tuning in and the public might wonder why we're moving through this so fast, sort of speed budget for a $1.6 billion budget. It's because two factors I see. One is we had quite a robust budget workshops, as we do in April, and also because there really isn't that much money. We're flat, and so that means the choices have been pretty much laid out for us through a lot of good work from our department heads and our CEOs. But beyond that, I just want to state that, as we know, and we often state up here, it is a $1.6 billion budget, and you'll see a lot of numbers, big binders, but it's really more than the spreadsheets and the numbers, as we know and we take seriously, and I know you all do. It's really a reflection of our values and that responsibility that we feel every day to serve the public with integrity and fiscal discipline. But I wanted to note a difference about this year, just with the dramatic downturn of our economy and massive cuts at the federal level and the state. I really see this budget as an exercise in discipline and scrutiny, not just today, but going forward for this entire fiscal year. And every dollar we allocate, I believe, carries a duty to spend wisely and transparently and with measurable purpose. The way I try to think about it often when questions come to my team is, would we make the same decision if it was our money, like literally out of our pocket? And I wouldn't be comfortable spending a dollar from our own pocket for a particular purpose. We have to think really carefully if this is the way we should be spending the people's money, taxpayers' money. And that mindset is tough. It means we need to focus on spending not for the sake of appearances or checking a box, or because we're in a rush, or because we have a deadline, or because we haven't asked the vendor or the contractor the tough questions. It means that we need to really focus on the results and making sure that that spending has clear deliverables. I'm always trying to have discipline on my own thinking to ask the questions before engaging in a project. What's the goal? What are we trying to achieve? And will this do that? So I just want to say that up front, because I believe in 2025, with what we're facing, we have to, the people we serve deserve more than just good intentions and good programs that are born out of hearts in the right place. I fully support that all 5 of us and all of you who serve as department heads, and certainly as our CEO, our hearts are in the right place for this county. But this year is tough, and we need to make tough choices, and we need to make sure that our budget rises to the standards of delivering results. Thank you. And I will open it up to anyone who might have a comment. or we can do so throughout the hearing as well. Supervisor Lee.
Say, this is my first budget hearing, so be nice, everybody. Thank you.
They will be. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to the County Executive Officer, Mona Miyasato.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could you put the slides up, please? So as you know, we're here for the recommended budget for fiscal year 25-26, and as your chair said, that we had robust discussions through workshops in April. Next slide. So this is what we're going to do today. I'm going to give an overview. Our budget director, Paul Clementi, will talk about what's in the recommended budget. And then we'll go over the functional groups. So as you know, at the hearings, we don't typically go over department budgets. Updates are in your binder and posted online of updates since the workshops, but we go over the functional groups at a high level, and the board is certainly able to ask questions. There were a lot of BIFs that were turned in, which are budget inquiry forms. I think there were 9 total, the one that was after the workshops. We've done our best to answer the BIFs. Some answers are not complete, and so we may continue to do some work. But if you have questions about it, you're certainly able to bring those up during the functional group discussions. But if there's a lot of discussion or information, we request that you ask us to come back at a future meeting for more deliberation. Also, towards the end of Mr. Clementi's presentation, we will talk about cannabis tax revenue allocation. We have a presentation, and so does the sheriff, and so we'll be presenting those at the end of his presentation, and then your board will deliberate and then take the recommended actions. I do want to just say that, as you've heard us talk about since workshops and all our materials, that there are challenges ahead, and this year is largely a status quo budget. But it doesn't mean that we are actually standing still. I don't want people to think that. And to illustrate that, we have a video this morning that highlights some of the good work in progress that's reflected in the recommended budget. So Kelsey, could you please go ahead and play the video?
The County of Santa Barbara's fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget totals $1.69 billion, reflecting on the county's continued commitment to responsible fiscal stewardship while navigating an increasingly uncertain financial landscape. This budget reflects stability amid uncertainty, sustaining progress through prudent planning. Despite a slowdown of state revenues and volatility of proposed federal funding cuts, the county's prudent planning allows for the maintenance of core operations while advancing its priorities. Let's dive into some of those key programs making a real impact in our community. The county is accelerating efforts to address the housing crisis by implementing several programs with the goal of increasing local housing. These include a local preference program, workforce and farm worker housing partnerships, and incentives for affordable housing development. To speed up construction and reduce cost, the county is creating pre-approved accessory dwelling unit, ADU, plans and expanding online permitting systems. Over $23 million is dedicated to reducing homelessness. Sites like Hope Village in Santa Maria and La Posada in the Goleta Valley offer 174 cabin units with wraparound services. In their first year of operation, they serve more than 350 people who were previously unsheltered. The county has made great work in addressing encampments along waterways, and this will continue in the next fiscal year, improving environmental conditions and supporting better outcomes for people experiencing homelessness. The county continues to provide $604 million in safety net services to all residents. To help meet the need of inpatient mental health care, the county is investing $16.6 million in mental health treatment beds. Plus, farm workers, their families, and employers will be supported with direct in-person access to services and programs through the county's Mobile Farm Worker Resource Center. The county is improving criminal justice and jail services by increasing jail health care with 22 new positions and expanded mental health care. In addition, jail diversion remains a priority, and successful programs continue, like the READY program, which connects individuals with legal support before their first court appearance, helping reduce court delays and jail stays. And the Medication-Assisted Treatment MAT program that serves individuals with substance use disorders by combining medication with counseling to help a person stabilize from addiction. The county is advancing climate resiliency and sustainability by pursuing grants to fund climate action plan initiatives and installing 150 new electric vehicle charging stations. The budget includes $131 million in planned projects for this fiscal year. Recreation projects include a parking lot replacement at Goleta Beach Park, ball field lighting at Orchid Community Park, amphitheater renovations at Kachuma Lake, and restroom and infrastructure improvements at Rincon Park. Transportation projects include Bonita School Road Bridge, which serves as a connection between San Luis Obispo County and the cities of Santa Maria and Guadalupe. Phase 2 of the MODOC multi-use path, providing safer ADA-compliant access through the area. And the Santa Claus Lane streetscape to increase coastal access through the coastal corridor between the city of Carpinteria and the community of Summerland. The Regional Fire Communications Center construction was completed in fiscal year 24-25. It centralizes dispatch for fire and emergency medical services countywide. In fiscal year 25-26, construction will continue on the new probation building and improvements to the Santa Barbara County Jail. The county is finalizing a countywide recreational master plan to guide future park and trail development across the region. These projects will boost tourism and community wellness. Local farms now have more ways to welcome the community and enhance business with the implementation of the Agricultural Enterprise Ordinance. The county is strengthening its financial and organizational excellence by maintaining a $47.5 million strategic reserve. The county is investing in technology and innovation by launching new budgeting and financial systems in 2025 for better efficiency and transparency, and dedicating $450,000 to cybersecurity enhancements to protect county data and systems. In the face of fiscal headwinds, the fiscal year 2025-26 budget represents a deliberate balance between caution and continued progress. By holding the line on expenditures and drawing from prior set-aside revenues, the County of Santa Barbara's fiscal year 2025-26 budget is all about stability amid uncertainty, sustaining progress through prudent planning, so the County of Santa Barbara can continue to deliver exceptional services so all can enjoy a safe, healthy, and prosperous life. Because we are one county with one future.
Please join me in thanking Kelsey for putting that together. Okay, now it's just boring me. Can you go back to the slides, please? Next slide. So we talked a lot about this, and Kelsey highlighted it. This is largely status quo budget, but we are seeing reductions in funding for social services, and more will likely be coming this fall. For now, we've been able to carefully prioritize, plan, and manage our resources. We're funding all mandates, essential needs, and obligations, including most critical maintenance projects and infrastructure that we highlighted a little bit. This budget complies with your financial policies as well, and as the video said, the strategic reserve is fully funded at our 8% target, which is 8% of the general operating revenue. As you know, we will need to maintain this level of prudence as we begin next fiscal year and start planning this summer for next budget year. Challenges ahead, you know, as Chair Cap said, we're operating in a slower economy, both nationally and at the state, with job growth cooling and unemployment slightly higher than it was before the pandemic. High costs of living and rising business expenses are putting pressure on families and local economies, and we all feel that. At the state level, California faces a $12 to $14 billion budget shortfall this year, which will grow to $42 billion in the future if no changes are made. The state did meet its constitutional deadline by passing a budget on June 15th, and it's essentially a placeholder budget, and as you know, follow-up trailer bills will occur as they negotiate with the governor. But the state's joint legislative budget plan, $325 billion, is primarily financed through internal borrowing, and it rejected many of the deeper cuts proposed by the governor. So we'll see what happens ahead. We know that Medi-Cal spending will be affected. The budget freezes enrollment for immigrants without legal status. Current enrollees can stay covered, but there will be a premium requirement. And we know that some impacts are already being felt by our departments of health, behavioral wellness as well. Locally, you know, our own budget is under pressure. We face projected deficits of nearly $20 million, largely due to the rising costs of jail operations and other services that are outpacing our revenue growth. And this budget is only the beginning. We'll need to return with strategies to reallocate one-time funds, pause lower priority projects, and identify new revenue opportunities. We know it's time to think long-term, and we will develop multi-year plans that balance fiscal sustainability with service delivery, especially in the face of state and federal reductions. This slide is just a reminder, keep going, thank you, that many jurisdictions face budget shortfalls this season. We are fortunate to have managed a status quo budget this year and up to this point due to your fiscal policies and careful planning, but we are well aware of what our neighbors and other colleagues are facing throughout the state. And this slide just kind of demonstrates that while this is an uncertain time, I want to remind the board and the public and our department directors that the county has made major financial commitments over the last 10 years. And as a result, we have been able to accomplish major feats. And it also means that much of our ongoing revenue streams have already been committed, which is why now there's limited resources available for new things or expansions. Yet we are able to continue major priorities, and some are listed on the screen and were highlighted in the video. And finally, we may not be able to change the course of the storm ahead, but we can be the lighthouse. So I want to just take this opportunity to thank your Board of Supervisors for your leadership. Also, the shared commitment by everyone in this room to fiscal resilience as we prepare to face uncertainty with purpose and clarity. We'll focus on what we can control, make smart choices, value-driven decisions guided by accountability, innovation, and service to the public. Not every priority can be funded right now or in the near future, but with strategic choices and modern tools, we'll preserve what matters most to us. And before turning it to our budget director, I do want to thank your board, our department leaders and their staff that are in the room or listening online, the county executive office, all the budget team, led by our director, Paul Clementi, the auditor controller's office, I saw the auditor back there, and all of her staff. Thank you, Betsy. And most importantly, to all our employees. In times of rapid change, their dedication is really what shines through, and I'm in awe every day. They are the steady light guiding us toward a stronger, more prosperous future, and I want to say thank you to them. With that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Clementi.
Thank you, Mona. Good morning, Chair Capps, members of the board. In the coming slides, we'll be talking about the context in which we developed this budget, including the state and federal budget updates, provide a high-level overview of the numbers in the recommended budget, and some changes from the preliminary budget numbers that you saw at the April workshops. I'll touch on final budget adjustments, and then we'll move to functional group summaries, followed by board deliberations, which will include follow-ups from workshops that we were directed to come back with at these hearings, as well as further discussion around the uses of cannabis revenue. Our budget development process began with a 5-year forecast to your board in January, followed by the April workshops, release of the recommended budget at the end of May, and culminates with these hearings to adopt the 25-26 budget. As we discussed at workshops, with the exception of social services, we managed to keep this a largely status quo budget. Departments kept costs under control in part by increasing salary savings and deleting some funded vacant positions. We also had to utilize significantly more general fund contribution than in the current year's budget to close department budget gaps, most significantly in the Sheriff's Department, which saw large increases in the costs of the jail medical contract and the need to bring the ongoing funding dedicated to current operations at the Northern Branch Jail up to the level of annual costs there. Social services needed to significantly reduce their expenditures, including positions due to lack of growth in their revenue sources compared to recent costs and depletion of fund balance, and still needed a one-time bridge of $3.4 million from the general fund to avoid further cuts that would have led to layoffs. Overall, to balance this budget, we had to release $6.8 million from the ongoing general fund reserves that were set aside from growth in prior years. Due to this, as well as the significant uncertainty around the state and federal budgets and our own fiscal outlook, no expansions are recommended. Our 5-year forecast showed depletion of remaining ongoing funding reserves by 27-28. with deficits beginning at that time and growing to a cumulative $19.6 million by the end of the 5-year period. Much of this was driven by debt service for the expansion of the Northern Branch Jail and increased custody system operating costs. To balance deficits, increased revenue and decreasing expenses will be needed. As plans for size and timing of debt funding become clearer, we'll be working with departments beginning this summer on plans to contain costs ahead of returning to your board with a new 5-year forecast next January. We've also listed other internal and external challenges on the slide, both known and unknown, that we take into consideration for our fiscal outlook. Turning to the state budget, at the time these materials were developed, the governor had released a May revise anticipating a $12 billion deficit next year, with the LAO's office anticipating a bit higher, around $14 billion. The governor's proposal to balance included using various reserves and borrowing from other funds, as well as about $5 billion in cost reductions, primarily achieved through limiting access to Medi-Cal and in-home supportive services. We know the legislature passed a version that pushed back on various funding reductions from the governor, as Mona mentioned, but it's unknown at this time what the final budget will look like until the governor and legislature reach agreement. Furthermore, potential federal impacts are unknown and not considered in either state proposal right now, but federal cuts would obviously make the state's situation worse. We know that potential impacts to the county in the governor's May revise could impact up to 20% of the county's adult Medi-Cal eligible population and have revenue impacts in county health and behavioral health services. Those revenue impacts could include eliminating the prospective payment system payments to entities like County Health for Medi-Cal members with unsatisfactory immigration status. Reimbursement for services would instead revert to a considerably lower fee-for-service rate and managed care negotiated rate, which could be a multi-million-dollar reduction for county health. The governor proposed this elimination go into effect next January, but the legislature's proposal pushed that back to January 2027. It's unknown where that's going to land. Additionally, social services has revised their revenue projections further downward by $1.5 million after the May revise. The department will incorporate this new information along with other information from state and federal budgets when they return in the fall with what's likely to be a significant rebudget and potential further decreases to positions. Other health and human services departments will also be monitoring the budget situation and may need to return this fall as well. The status of the federal budget is even more uncertain than the state. There's still a few months left in the federal fiscal year, but we do know that proposals right now would include cuts in many areas like education, health, housing, and labor programs, including significant potential impacts to Medi-Cal and CalFresh funding and administrative costs. While we won't know specifics until a final budget takes shape, there have been other impacts on the federal side from reduced or eliminated grants already, such as a package of CDC grants to county health for epidemiology and laboratory capacity building that came during the COVID period and were supposed to last through 2026. The department was notified in late March that all billing to these grants was to cease at the end of that month. They have complied with that, shifting staff to other areas and programs in the department. But given the timing of that notice, it was already built into their 25-26 recommended budget. So one of the final budget adjustments included in the adoption packet takes this $1.6 million grant out of next year's budget for county health. Much like the state budget, we will continue to monitor developments and maybe back to your board with budget revisions later this year once the picture is clearer. This slide is a high-level summary of the changes to the operating budget from the preliminary budget that was presented at workshops to the recommended budget we have before you today. It remains at $1.69 billion. As we can see, the change was very minimal, just under $2 million total, with most of that being in salary and benefits, with the addition of 13 FTE, including adjustments related to the Community Corrections Partnership budget that was approved by your board in May, which added 4 FTE to various departments. A grant received from the Department of State Hospitals that added 4 FTE in behavioral wellness and public defender, and additions in county health for a revenue-generating dietitian and EMS positions added per the recent AMR contract. This is a breakdown of operating revenues by category, with our largest source being intergovernmental revenue from the state and federal government at almost $600 million, followed by tax revenues at just under $500 million, and charges for services at about $440 million. All remaining revenue categories make up a total of $140 million, or less than 10% of the $1.65 billion total. This is the same $1.65 billion operating revenue shown by fund. The general fund is our largest fund at almost $600 million, or just over 1/3 of the county's total. Our Health and Human Services funds make up some of our largest special revenue funds, combining for 31% of total revenues. We also show here other large funds like the Fire District and Public Works' roads funds, as well as Resource Recovery Fund and Public Works. Discretionary general revenues are seeing a 6.8% increase over the current year adopted numbers to $407 million, in part due to current year actuals coming in higher than adopted, which increases the baseline that the growth is factored onto for next year. The 5-year average annual growth we see here is about 6.3%. This shows the breakdown of the $407 million in discretionary revenues next year, with almost 80% of it coming from property taxes in blue. Transient occupancy tax we see at 5.5% of the total, which is an upward trend from prior years with the voter approval of the TOT increase last fall. Sales tax in absolute dollars has remained somewhat flat, and so we see it here in green becoming a smaller piece of the overall pie over the past couple years. Our cost allocation revenue remains fairly consistent at around 6% of the total. This is revenue that the general fund recoups from special revenue funds for costs incurred by the general fund in service to those funds. The other revenues category includes items like franchise fees and interest income and has hovered around 6% for the past couple years. These are the revenue categories that make up the total $407 million on the left side, and the different functional groups that money flows to as general fund contribution. Public safety gets the largest share at $215 million, with all the other groups at around $50 million or less each. This Sankey chart shows our operating expenditures by the 3 major categories: salaries and benefits, services and supplies, and other charges, making up the $1.69 billion total operating budget, and then the functional groups that make up those costs, with Health and Human Services and Public Safety as our 2 largest groups, combining for a total of about $1.1 billion, or 65% of the county's total operating budget. And finally, just looking at the 5-year trend of our salaries and benefits, which is the largest category of expense that the county has. It is increasing about 3.6%, or $30 million over the prior year adopted, which is one of the smaller increases we've seen in recent years, in part due to what I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that departments are building in more salary savings and unfunding vacant positions than in prior years, including DSS's reduction of over 40 vacant funded positions that helped balance their budget this year. Salaries, pensions, and healthcare costs make up the 3 largest components of salaries and benefits, with salaries alone making up 61% of this category. Also part of your adoption materials today is the list of what we call the final budget adjustments, or FBAs. These are adjustments that departments bring to us after we've finalized the recommended budget, so are shown in separate attachments that we ask your board to adopt along with the recommended budget. Many adjustments are carry forward activity from current year, department use of fund balance for one-time items, and then other corrections or changes to budgets that weren't known in time to make it into the released recommended budget. But with adoption today, will be incorporated into the adopted budget. They're included as attachment A1, which makes a total of $3.2 million in changes across departments and reduces 5.5 FTE, mostly from P&D, which is reducing fee revenue assumptions and associated positions until they come back to your board later this year with a fee study and potential increases, and then reductions in sheriff, which is a reduction of 2 FTE from cannabis enforcement and cannabis licensing teams, as has been discussed by your board previously. Attachment A3 also contains final budget adjustments related to the release of $250,000 from general county programs sustainability initiatives, set aside to CSD for work on oil and gas regulations. And that concludes my budget overview. We can move on now to the functional group summaries presented by Principal Analyst Katrina Fernandez. She'll be presenting high-level budget and FTE numbers for the groups, as well as any significant updates since April workshops. Departments are available for questions from the board, but none have opted to make presentations at this time. And we will pause for public comment after each functional group. At the conclusion of these presentations, we'll return to me and I'll present items that we were directed at workshops to return to your board with as we move into board deliberations.
Thank you to our CEO and Mr. Clementi. So now we move as
Madam
indicated.
Chair, I have a question
Yes,
for Mr. Clementi.
please.
So, Paul, usually in general county programs, we have the ending balances of, we have all the different accounts that have all the balances. I didn't see it in the workshop material. I mean, in the material right now. Is that something that's going to come to us during the hearing, or where can I find that?
Supervisor Lavinino, that was provided in the workshop materials in April in the Department 990, and then I can look in our D
So has that
pages.
changed? Is any of it changed, or is it accurate still?
I don't think any of it has changed significantly.
Okay, then I'll just use that.
And it's in the D pages as well,
I
in
got
the
it.
recommended budget.
Thank you.
Other questions on the opening? No. Okay, thank you so much. We'll move to Katrina Fernandez with the overview of this functional group. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. We'll start this morning with public safety. The public safety functional group is comprised of court special services, the district attorney, fire, probation, public defender, and sheriff. This functional group makes up roughly a third of countywide operating expenditures and total county FTEs, and receives 53% of the county's total general fund contribution at $215 million. Here we highlight changes to the recommended budget since workshops. Updates to the public safety budgets were primarily driven by adjustments in the Community Corrections Partnership budget adopted in May. Changes include the transfer of a reentry coordinator position from the probation department to the county health department in support of CalAIM medical care coordination in the jails, one-time funding of 4 collaborative courts attorneys for the district attorney and public defender to support Proposition 36 implementation, and a reduction in funding and FTE for the Sheriff's Alternative Sentencing Program. Here we summarize the expansion requests for the functional group, all of which were made by the Sheriff's Office and have been deferred to hearings. The Sheriff's expansion requests total $2.7 million in ongoing funding, $710,000 in one-time funds, and 10 FTE. These requests were presented at budget workshops and are not included in the CEO's recommended budget. That concludes the public safety functional group overview.
Okay, we can take questions on the entire group or by department, however you'd like it, or we can go to public comment first if you want to think about how we should tackle this as a package. Let's go to public comment first, and then back to the board.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak from the public on this functional group. We're going to begin here in Santa Barbara with Karen Howenstein, to be followed by Maureen Earls. Karen?
Good morning, board and chair. Karen Howenstein from North County. To all law enforcement personnel in this county, this is your annual reminder that politics has no place whatsoever in application of the law. Partisan interests can be advocated for in policy development, and often they're advocated for in budgets, but not ever in the daily decisions made to apply the law in our communities. I figured this out the other day. I am actually Joyce Dudley's legacy. Because in 2020, Joyce Dudley, our liberal district attorney, made a decision to sue me in civil court during the pandemic in case number 20CV02746. That decision changed the course of my life. Thank you for your service.
We will now go to Maureen Earls. Then we will go to Zoom with Robert Ornstein. Maureen?
Good morning. I'm a member of CLUE and the League of Women Voters Criminal Justice Work Group, and today I speak as an individual member of that group. In the board information report on the behavior health units in the jail, the sheriff's chart shows currently 90 behavior health unit beds in the main jail in Santa Barbara, and that's reduced from 108 number previously given. Our question is, in the decision of the board, April 1st, you chose to build one full jail and one half jail for 128 behavior health units for mental health. Why doesn't the board just keep those 90 behavior health unit beds in the South Branch jail and save the county $44 million in building costs, eliminating the one-half new jail facility in the North Branch jail? These beds in the South Branch jail are certified and approved for use. We see the data is clear. Mike Wilson's county population expert projects just over 800 average daily jail population in 10 years, growing from the 750 average the last 2 years. 90 beds in the South County Jail in the Northwest Wing would make the total jail bed population 838, over the rise to 800 projected by the next 10 years, if no changes in policies and practices. However, Mike Wilson also states the population will get below that 800 when the policies and practices for jail reduction already in planning for the county are implemented. The Jail Data Analysis Committee, and I'm a member of that committee, is working on those recommendations and will report to you in October. The Be Well projects jail reductions from current grants for mental health, and bail reform will impact reduced jail numbers. So again, we need to change the North Branch jail expansion from 1 1/2 to one new jail housing unit and keep the 90 behavior health unit beds in the main jail. Overbuilding at a minimum cost of $44 million at a time of the county projecting income declining over the next 5 years is not fiscally responsible and will harm people in the county with cuts in important programs. Thank you.
We will now go to Zoom with Robert Ornstein. Then we will return to Santa Barbara for our final speaker, George Kaufman. Robert?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay. In a staff response to a board inquiry form submitted by Supervisor Hartman, staff indicated that by 2029, there will be a projected need of behavioral health beds or mental health treatment beds of 135 to 210. And seems to be pretty clear that with that projection, the previously projected cost of adding the additional 1/2 pod of $44 million has got to be revisited. That does not seem like it could possibly be an adequate amount of money to spend, given that large projected expansion. So my question really is, how can the Board of Supervisors possibly make final budget jail expansion decisions in the absence of staff responses that have specific dollar amounts for the costs of the projected 135 to 210 beds? Question, how can that happen? I think more information clearly is needed before any kind of decision can be made. Thank you.
We will now return to Santa Barbara with George Kaufman. George?
Good morning. I'm George Kaufman. I'm representing NAMI Santa Barbara County this morning. And I just wanted to reiterate our concern that we've expressed at the previous hearing about the continuum of care in our county's mental health crisis system. I'm not going to review all the advantages and the disadvantages that we've discussed before, but just sort of make a plea to you, and I know that this is a difficult time financially to make any decision that is going to cost money, but this is one that's going to save money, we firmly believe, in the long run, because when you look beyond the efficiency of things like the co-response, mental health co-response teams, to what the value of each individual outcome is, not even considering the impact on people's lives that are diverted out of the criminal justice system and into the mental health system. I think we just need to, for those reasons that are alone, we need to find a way to continue to fund the mental health crisis co-response teams along with the mobile mental health crisis benefit that has been mandated by the state. And we've appreciated working with you all on this, as well as the Sheriff's Department and Behavioral Wellness. And I hope we can find a way forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on the Public Safety Functional Group.
Okay, now I will turn it over to the board for questions in this functional group. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Capps. Actually, I'm glad that we had both the topics that came up with public comment, because I think those are things that we probably need some clarity on. First is, I guess, my question for the CEO's office. What direction has the board given on the pods? Because it seems like it's something that's coming up from some advocates that we may go backwards from where the board is right now on this 1.5 pod plan, which I think ended up being unanimous once we all made some compromises on a few things. So I think there's unanimous support that was compromised moving forward, and I just want to make sure that we're not going backwards on this, or that we're going to use this hearing as a way to relitigate all of that. I think that the board, went through all that once, and and we did that after a couple of years of looking into these numbers, and it seems like this is going to be potentially just kicking the can and delaying more, which ends up costing us more. So getting clarity from the CEO's office on the board direction, I think, would be helpful.
So Supervisors, the board direction was to go ahead and pursue the 1.5 pod option, and it was a 3-2 vote, by the way. The board, we later came back to talk about removing the some of the energy functions and using the existing, the process we were doing with the on energy efficiency projects, and that's what we were going to do, and that was a 5-0. But on the 1.5 pods, it was a 3-2 vote. The staff is continuing to go along that path of working on the design and the plans for the 1.5 pods.
Okay, thank you. And I want to clarify, my vote, because mine was a negative vote on that, and it was over the energy piece. And I think that I don't want to speak for Supervisor Lavanino, but I do think we unanimously believed that the 1.5 pod was the right route to go forward. There were some of my colleagues that wanted 1 pod, some of us that wanted 2 pods, and I think we came to a conclusion that that was the best way to move forward. So I hope that that's the message that might be getting out there, that And I hope that there's no cracks in that, because I think that's going to send us backwards and end up taking more time. So just wanted to respond to that, because within the public safety functional group. The other question I had was the same question Mr. Kaufman had. I know that we're funded with our co-response teams in the 25-26 budget, but my understanding is that that funding is not ongoing and that there might be a cliff there in the future. My question would be is how are we going to see that coming up over the next year as we prepare actually for the 26-27 budget? How would the board potentially, does that just come to an end, or do we end up taking a look at that as a potential service level reduction moving forward? How do we anticipate seeing that?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're correct. All the teams are funded over the next fiscal year in this budget, and much of it is with one time, which is running out. So I believe it is the 26-27 budget next year. The first time we'll likely be talking about that. We have had it on our 5-year forecast multiple years as an upcoming fiscal issue. So it'll be discussed there. Which would be December, January, and then April workshops. If funding isn't allocated, there would be a service level reduction or something of that kind from the department, and further discussions at workshops to get direction from your board on how to address that.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Clemente, because my real desire on that is I want to make sure that's a board decision, that we decide that that's not a priority to fund moving forward. For currently right now, it's a high priority for myself. I find extreme value in those programs and in that service, and I don't think that should be going away. I understand that a lot of the funding that we previously had with grants did that, but I hope that we have the opportunity to have a full hearing on that when we make that decision one way or the other, because I do think there's a lot of evidence, some of it anecdotal, some of it is in the data that we should be looking at moving forward, but it's definitely something I'm concerned about in a future budget year, but I'm glad that it got brought up here today so that we could ask those questions.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Well, excuse me, I think one of the factors hanging over this budget is a lot of uncertainty on my part, at least, about what are the full costs of the jail. And while we did make a decision for 1.5 pods, it seems to me that there are some new questions that have emerged, and that is, what is the Northwest anticipated to be used for? The sheriff has said that it would be surge capacity. We have something suggesting that if that were the case, then we have to do more renovations there. We did build a whole new North Branch jail, but oops, we forgot the suicide prevention. So there's a lot of costs there. In addition, we have a lot of discussion about mental health beds, behavioral health beds, and I don't know whether does that mean one person per unit, or can you have two, and how does that affect the overall need for beds? And then finally, I would be very interested in understanding what the main jail property could be used for to try to generate some revenues over time to fund all of this. None of these questions have been answered, and I would like them to come back, because I think that's a fuller explanation of what we're getting into. And before I make the final decision, we're still waiting, I think, for the final cost to come back. And I'd like to have a fuller sense of how that plays out. And so the board information form requests were trying to outline and frame some of that, but we don't have the numbers yet. And I think that's incumbent on us, given that we're talking about a major impact to our budget for decades.
Supervisor Nelson?
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to respond to that. I don't think any of us took it lightly when it was up here before when we saw those numbers. And we've already started to make some cuts. Obviously, one of the reasons why we're not making expansions in this budget is in anticipation of a very large number. We cut our CIP list in half, by over $5 million, so we could put money on trying to spend down the debt. So I want always more information is good. Again, we want to have a transparent process, but I don't want us to go down. I mean, I thought we had a very robust hearing on moving forward. Are you suggesting that we actually maybe do the Northwest on top of 1.5, or are you actually suggesting that if the Northwest idea makes sense, although I think that we studied that for a couple of years going into this, so I don't know why we need to study it again necessarily at that level. Are you seeing both of those together?
I guess we'll have to hear from the sheriff, but it has been stated publicly that that would be used for surge capacity. I think we've got advice that that means it would have to be renovated, that we may not be able to use it in its current state. If that's the case, and we voted for 1.5 new pods, and we're still having money to invest there, I want to know that.
Yeah, and
Oh, excuse me.
yes.
And again, I want to know what we have to invest for suicide prevention that we didn't do, even though those are relatively new, and nobody seemed to think of it. So I don't want to be in a position in the future where there are things, oops, we didn't think about now.
Well, again, that's the whole reason why we want to build the capacity instead of trying to build something smaller so that we get, oops, we have a lot more criminals than we thought we did. And so that's one reason why we've had this long and robust discussion, and we can turn the budget hearing into that. But, you know, I think that we spent a lot of time on this. I thought we're moving forward. If we want to move backwards, we can have that conversation. Obviously, we can't put people there without, you know, certain under certain litigation in the county without doing the proper EDA improvements or the behavioral wellness improvements. So, yeah, there'll be steps that have to go through. And nobody up here is excited about spending money on jails. I mean, I don't want, you know, I would much rather spend them on a lot of other things, libraries, parks, roads, programs. Nobody's excited about it, but at the end of the day, you know, we need to keep our communities safe, and that's what that jail represents. It is not a vanity project. It is a necessity for community safety.
If I might respond, I'm not suggesting that we go backwards. We have to go forward and get a fuller accounting even for the 1.5 new housing units. In the context of that discussion, I would like to give direction to staff to come back with a fuller description of what the range of costs are so that I have a better ability to make that very profound decision.
And I'd just like to weigh in support of Supervisor Hartman on this. Supervisor Nelson, you said, are there cracks? Yes, there are cracks with the information. This is not on our agenda for today, but similar to the federal cuts to Medicaid, it looms large because it really impacts our ability to function and do a lot of the tackle a lot of the priorities. And we did not have adequate information at that April 1st hearing about the Northwest branch of the South County Jail. We just didn't, and now we're getting new information as it's coming in. Advocates have done an incredible job of presenting that, but it's also coming from the CEO's office, and I think with such a massive price tag on this, that we should just ask, and I support the direction for more information about what it would take to use the existing structure to house inmates. Again, presented information just recently as with this board, this BIF. So I'm supportive of, I don't think there's any harm in just getting information. It's not going backwards, it's going forward with more certainty and with more information and really more data that has been lacking in this conversation.
Well, I just close my comments that I thought that's what the couple of years of evaluation by the CEO's office was all about, was to get to us to a final question. And I think we actually were supposed to get done in a year. It actually took 2 years, and then we got to there and we still didn't have enough information. So I thought that was for a reason. I thought that was because staff directed us towards something because there were concerns, legal concerns with the Northwest and other options. So they took us onto a pathway that we eventually settled on. Now, if we need to go backwards, that's fine. Again, I'm right for more information, but I also don't want to use this as a delay tactic for not moving forward with the direction the board has currently made on this, because I do think that the longer we wait, the more expensive this stuff gets, guys. And if we would have done this stuff a long time ago, we did it in the STAR facility, other things, we'd not be in a different fiscal position than we are today. And so I don't want to drag our feet any further. And I know that a lot of the advocates and my colleagues are well-intentioned with what they're going on this, but I do have some serious concerns about what that might mean for delays in this project.
Supervisor Lattimore.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand what the questions are. And as long as it's part of moving forward and getting those questions answered, I'm okay with that. The only certainty in this whole thing, everything's uncertain. The only certainty is the longer you wait to do it, the more money it's going to cost, period. So we should have done this. I mean, when we built the original jail, we should have built it bigger. We didn't. We should have built that jail 10 years before we built that jail. So we're just chasing ourselves at this point. What's shocking is the 1.5 add-on pods are going to cost more almost than the jail itself did. So that just tells you where we're headed. That's all pre-tariff stuff. So I want more questions answered, and I think we have to explore all possibilities as we are moving forward on this project. But I don't want to be delaying it or stalling, because the more we do that, the less goes into social services, the less goes into behavioral wellness. All the stuff that we care about is all dependent on getting that out of the way. So I understand where you're coming from. I support the concept, but I also want to keep moving.
I think moving forward is good. Supervisor Lee.
So a question for staff, can we not delay but have a report back in the future? Is there a way that we can do that?
Supervisor Lee, through the chair, the short answer is yes. And just for the board to know, there's no intention of delaying the project. If the board wants more information, we'd be moving on dual tracks. But there is, if there is more information, as some of the budget inquiry forms say, we don't have that information. So I think the question would be if we could, I mean, there's information in here you've asked for, or Supervisor Hartman's asked for in the BIF that we don't have. So I think the departments answered as best they could, general services with the sheriff. So that would be a discussion of how do we get that information. We, again, not slowing the project down, but how would we get that information? I think we'd need to agendize an item. We would need to talk to general services, sheriff, county council, everyone to see, okay, of this information, what do we have? What do we don't have? Bring an item back for you to have a public discussion about that. So I think we need to agendize another item. We could do that. We can do that with, provide you with other information we have, but I'm just telling you right now, we don't have some of the information you're asking.
Got it. Supervisor Hartman and Caps, would that work for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe that's what I already asked for, was
Yeah.
to direct staff to come back with that information. So I really appreciate that sentiment.
Yeah, and I'm also in agreement that this is, and it's good to affirm that this will not delay the project. I also am in agreement with Supervisor Nelson. We can't let this jail conversation dominate today's hearing. So I think by having this motion done quickly here at the top of the meeting, I support it. So I don't know if Supervisor Nelson, you want to have another comment?
Well, is it a motion or is it just some staff direction? I'm not, and I am kind of curious about what dual track means, because we're moving forward on one track. Right now, we're going to evaluate whether we put something else on another track. So I'm just concerned about some of the language there, because I don't want to send the wrong message to staff that somehow these are co-equal priorities, because one of them is I guess it's not completely baked, because I guess eventually we have to pull the trigger on it, but we're definitely moving forward with one. The other one, we're more in the evaluation stage. Is that appropriate?
Supervisor, through the chair, my understanding is that you're asking for more information, for us to provide that information. And so that's what we would be doing. It may require the designer to go back and do more work, but we would bring that back to you and ask, do you want us to do that or not?
Yeah.
We just need to size up what is that work that would have to be done and then come back to you.
So we do some kind of contract extension or amendment to potentially ask.
We just see what's the best avenue to
And then
do
we can
that.
have that conversation when that comes to us at that time.
Correct.
What those costs look like. Great.
Okay, so no motion is needed, just to clarify.
Staff, so I'm hearing that the board would like us to come back with an item.
Thank you.
That puts the information, what we have or we don't have, what's needed, et cetera, for the board to discuss at a future meeting. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions about this functional group or comments? We've already gone into deliberation. No need to wait on that. If someone just has a comment, that's appropriate.
I have a question.
Yeah, Supervisor Lee.
So for staff, we had discussion about the sheriff's vehicle cameras. Can you talk about what we decided on that?
Supervisor, we're getting to that actually, if you wouldn't
Okay.
mind. Yeah.
Okay, good.
We'll, Mr. Clementi, we'll go through the different functional groups and then we'll go to the follow-up the board asked us. Thank you.
Okay, it looks as though we can move on from this functional group. Thanks to everybody involved. So we will move on to the second functional group, which is General Government and Support Services. And again, Katrina Fernandez will lead us through the general presentation.
Thanks, Chair. Members of the board. The General Government and Support Services Functional Group is comprised of the Auditor Controller's Office, Clerk Recorder Assessor, General Services, Human Resources, Treasurer Tax Collector, Public Administrator, Debt Service, and Information Technology. This functional group makes up 9% of the county's total operating budget, 9% of total county FTE, and receives 13% of the county's total general fund contribution at $52.6 million. Notable updates for this group since workshops include shifting the county's $1.2 million security contract from General Services to the Risk Management Division of the County Executive Office, a $50 million increase in the General Services capital projects budget for the probation headquarters and main jail remodel projects, which are funded with certificate of participation debt proceeds, and the conversion of 2 information technology contract positions to regular FTE to improve the continuity of back-end system operations. That concludes the General Government and Support Services Functional Group overview.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go to public comment on this functional group.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on this functional group.
Okay, any questions from the board on this functional group? Seeing none, we can move along to our third functional group, which is Health and Human Services.
Thank you, Chair. The Health and Human Services Functional Group is comprised of Behavioral Wellness, Child Support Services, First 5, County Health, and Social Services. This functional group represents 35% of the total county operating budget and comprises 41% of county FTE. However, because Health and Human Services departments are funded primarily through state and federal sources, this group only receives 7% of the county's general fund contribution. Since workshops, state budget proposals from the governor and legislature point toward possibly significant funding reductions for Health and Human Services. Departments in this functional group continue to monitor and assess potential impacts to funding, services, and access to care. Notable updates for this group since workshops include a decrease in the First 5 Proposition 10 revenue based on updated projections, a $1.2 million increase in the county health operating budget related to the addition of a healthcare center dietitian, a CalAIM medical care coordinator for the jail, and 2 EMS contract oversight positions. Additional changes to county health include $1.6 million decrease in a federal epidemiology and laboratory capacity grant for COVID-related services, which was noted earlier by the budget director. Updates for the Behavioral Wellness Department include the addition of a Department of State Hospital IST diversion grant that will support 3 FTE and wraparound services for mental health diversion clients. Behavioral Wellness also received one-time funding from the CCP to add 2 FTE in support of Proposition 36 implementation. Finally, for social services, the volume of potential state budget impacts, as discussed earlier by the budget director, will require further analysis, and the department will return to the board this fall with an update after the state budget picture is clearer. That concludes the Health and Human Services Functional Group overview.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any public comment on that functional group?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we do have one request to speak from the public on the Health and Human Services Functional Group, and we are going to remain here in Santa Barbara with Leo V. Smith. Leo?
Good morning, all. God bless you all today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Leo, Pastor Leo, Eternal Life Organization. I just want to say quickly that it's been a pleasure to be a part of this community since coming here in September of this past year, and of such, been blessed to work alongside with a number of associations and agencies who are for the public good. And of them, the County Board of Health, I've been blessed to kind of tag alongside a consumer of a member of the board. And I've met some wonderful people of the county, former Executive Director Dana Gamble, and current Director Ms. Lindsay Walter, the lead physician Ms. Preciado, and a number of other county members and staff members. We are grateful for their invitation to us and to be of a furthering of the beneficial reality of helping folks who are in need. The initiatives of my company to feed, house, provide healthcare and education to countries all across the globe, including here in our lovely Santa Barbara. We see the professionalism, we see the furthering of the true desire to lift folks from all walks of life, whether that be with SenCal and Be Well and the overall health and quality thereof for our communities. I believe that there is tremendous honor and a desire within this county and of the County Board of Health. So I just want to give a vote of gratitude and thanks for the furthering of the blessing of looking after those experiencing homelessness, also of our county members who are well housed, yet encouraged to be also more healthy mentally, emotionally, physically, and even also spiritually. So thank you all for your dedication, and we appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this functional group.
Any comments from the board? Questions? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Capps. The question I had about was social services and the $3.4 million bridge from the general fund in this fiscal year. Is that one-time funds that we're using for that? I want to.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, you're talking about the $3.4 million bridge to DSS. That is a one-time funding bucket.
Okay, and how's that going to come back to us throughout the year? I imagine that as a bridge, if they don't spend it, hopefully we can recapture that back into the general fund. Although with the fall and what we see come down from the state, that might be even more difficult. But are you guys going to be kind of tracking that throughout the year and see if the department might be able to avoid using those funds so that we can return them back to normal general fund expenditures?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, we will be tracking that, and any transfers like that, it's the last dollars used to balance a department at the end of the fiscal year. We transfer them in June, right now, kind of. So it'd be a year from now, we'd be seeing how they did. Their fall return back is going to address their larger gap and other things anyway. So we'll see what comes back this fall and how those deliberations and rebudget go, and then we will be tracking that one-time money.
I'd be interested in having that as part of the quarterly updates this next year, just to see how that's moving along, so the board can understand, the possibilities there, and also kind of keep the attention on those funds over the next fiscal year.
Sure.
I was hoping to ask Director Nielsen to speak to the preparation I did before this hearing about our outreach efforts to our most vulnerable populations. And my rationale for that is what I spoke to at the beginning of this hearing, that state and federal funds are really shrinking, and as are the budgets of nonprofits. So I want to make sure, and I know he shares this mission, that we're accessing the existing state and federal dollars. So I'm thinking about CalFresh, nutrition programs. I'm thinking about the Earned Income Tax Credit, which really gives valuable dollars back into the pockets of our hardest working low-income people. And we do have good news there, thanks to the outreach efforts of your department, Director Nielsen, as well as United Way. We did see this tax season a 38% increase in the earned income tax dollar credits that are coming from state and federal government. That translates to $2.7 million for our lowest income workers. I think we need to highlight that kind of good news when we get it and we work for it. So if you could just speak briefly about the ways in which your department interfaces and takes state and federal dollars and tries to make sure that those who qualify for it actually access the money.
Certainly, Supervisor Capps. So our department is very good. We have multiple areas in terms of child welfare and adult protective services and CalWorks and CalFresh, and so we're serving clients, some of which are the same across those, some of which are individual. And so the EITC example is a good one in terms of putting the information out to those clients as we interact with them. kind of cross-referring within the department for other resources that the clients might be able to take advantage of. On the front of accessing all of the funds that we can possibly access to serve the community, our department does that by our participation with our professional association, California Welfare Directors Association, which the State Department of Social Services has, in many instances, deferred to CWDA to actually make the allocations. They'll say, here's the money for the state, and they'll let CWDA work with the counties to decide how that should be distributed. So I have been known to be a fierce advocate, especially a year and a half ago on the CalFresh front, where our allocation was headed to being reduced by that executive committee of which I was a part, and fought very hard to not have that happen. And then CWDA as an organization is very active with the state and with the legislators in terms of educating about the needs of our clients and trying to persuade the different people involved with the budget making process to fund us as much as possible to serve those clients and reporting on our outcomes in those areas.
Thank you. And I just was happy to read in the materials that you provided that 46% of your department is bilingual. And also, too, what I noted, this board in the past has funded the Farm Worker Resource Center, which I think is all the more important right now, a trusted place in which people can access programs, information, empowerment, get information about CalFresh, et cetera, that you estimate conservatively that you reach about 20,000 people that way.
Yes, and our executive director, Luis Servina of the Workforce Development Board, has been very successful since that program was first started based upon a grant of getting subsequent grants of varying sizes to keep that afloat with no general fund going into that. That remains a program that is fully funded by grants, specifically for the farm worker population. That's
excellent. Thank you very much.
I have a question for
Supervisor Lavanino.
Yes, good morning. So we had situations before in previous budgets when we were going through hard times where there was cuts to social services of federal dollars, and we were asked to backfill, and we did not. And this is, I think, the first time that we're actually going to move general fund dollars over, at least that I remember, but I might be wrong. But I support this quite frankly, because of your leadership. I understand in your department how fiscally responsible your department's been. What I'm curious about is the $3.4 million. What exactly are those going into eligibility workers backfill, or what exactly do you see that being used for?
So Supervisor Levin, before we came to the board in the April budget workshops, we had reduced our budget for the coming budget year of everything. We have no computer refresh. We have no vehicle replacement. We have nothing left in that budget. So it's basically all staffing and contracts, and we had reduced every contract possible that we could reduce, keeping in mind that some services that we do through contracts we have to have because the courts ordered them for children and families to receive services, and we can't not do what the court orders us to do. So that is almost in its entirety funding positions.
Okay. All right. I think those are critical right now at this time. Caseloads obviously are probably, I would imagine, getting deeper. So,
and when I come back at the end of September or in October with the total updated picture from the state budget, as well as what we're seeing at that point in pretty good detail from the federal budget, we'll share with you our kind of structural imbalance that we just lived with historically, but we'll also be sharing with you a proposal for a rebudget that says here's what we have and here's our situation for the current year, as well as forecasting into the next year.
Great, thank you. And then I have one more question for Mr. Clementi, just in this functional group. So on the 990, what is the 5.8 carryover projected remaining balance for B-Well? What's the plan for that?
Supervisor Lavanino, through the chair, that's the a mental health account that we hold funding in. We have a budget policy that says to hold at least $1 million in there. We typically try to add $1 million or so a year. It has been used in the past, when this was established, if you remember, maybe around 10 years or so ago, the IST issue was driving PUF costs. They had those admin days versus acute days mix, and it was really driving the costs at the PUF that they couldn't recover revenue for up, and we were using these dollars to backfill that. They're kind of out of that issue for the past few years, so this has been building up, but was kind of the intention of building that. It's to backfill. Right now, their IMD costs are really skyrocketing as well, and that falls on the county responsibility, so it's likely that we'll be looking at those funds again soon.
Great. Okay. Just the history of, the history of that department, it is, and I appreciate Director Hamami. We have not had those situations lately, but it's always nice to have something there because we have been surprised with some massive payouts there. So thank you.
I think Supervisor Levanino, by the way, I think that was set up by Tom Alvarez. So that tells you how long we've had these ups and downs and needs sporadically for that department. And people who've been in the department know. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're able to move forward to the next functional group. Thank you. So that moves us to the community resources and public facilities.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. The next functional group is Community Resources and Public Facilities. This group is made up of the Agricultural Commissioner, Weights and Measures, Community Services, Planning and Development, and Public Works. This functional group makes up 20% of countywide operating expenditures, 12% of total county FTEs, and receives 7% of the county's total general fund contribution at $28 million. There's one notable budget update for this group. Since workshops, the Planning and Development Department has decreased its fiscal year 25-26 revenue projections due to delays in finalizing its permit fee study. The department plans to return to the board in October with proposed fee changes and may request revisions to the adopted budget at that time. That concludes the Community Resources and Public Facilities Functional Group overview.
Okay, Madam Clerk, let's see if there's any public comment, please.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on the Community Resources and Public Facilities Functional Group.
Okay, questions from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Capps. I just wanted to highlight for the budget team, the CEO's office, with the changes coming at the state later on this year, as well as our social services and our other departments that social safety nets, there's a state program within the Ag Commissioner's office that is really important for our county, and that's a pest detection program that's state funded, and we're seeing some of those funds potentially disappear. So I just want to keep that on as one of those other items for us to track. Invasive pests can be devastating to our local economy. This is a small amount to pay. It's typically been paid for by the state in the past. It potentially could still be paid by the state in the future. I know CDFA is looking at this and hoping that can stay in place. Our pest detection program and staff here in our Ag Commissioner's office is second to none. We're catching more invasive pests per capita than anywhere else in the state here, and it's essential for the health of our agricultural economy that is something that we keep fully funded moving forward. And so I just wanted to highlight that for the CO's staff as we start to look at the state budget impacting us. That's an area of deep concern for myself, and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues. So if you guys could keep an eye on that, I appreciate it.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Nelson raising that, and just wanted to thank our Ag Commissioner because he is doing a terrific job, and we hear that out in the field all the time. I wanted to follow up just on something with P&D, and again, Supervisor Nelson's board information form having to do with HLAC. And we're not putting any money towards it, but we did ask you to look at whether we can simplify the process in a way as to avoid costs. And I just wonder, is that going to come into effect or come back to us for this budget year, that is for the coming 25-26 budget year? Or is it going to be something that's going to be put off longer than that?
Good morning, Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So we did do some additional research on what might be able to be changed in the HLAC process, and we are currently looking into it. We think we might be able to bring something back this fiscal year. If we are unable to do that, we will certainly advise the board. But there are some possible changes that would simplify the landmarking process and make that decision appealable to the Board of Supervisors if there was disagreement among parties. And that would free up money that is currently spent bringing those items.
Right. And remind me, are they allocated a flat fee, or does it go up with the cost of living?
So we budget them a certain amount on an annual basis based on the amount of money we have in our budget. And so it hasn't been going up, but the number of landmarks haven't changed dramatically either in the process.
Yeah, my impression is that they would like to add more, and many landowners are willing, but it's just not able to for a funding.
Yeah. So landowners can pursue it, and then they can fund the designation of it, which
And pay
is
for it.
what happened with the church in Montecito, All Saints by the Sea. But if it's initiated by the HLAC, then that's where the county pays for it. So what we're trying to do is figure out a way to use our existing resources as efficiently as possible so that they can move forward with additional landmarks and
Right.
and
And
still have things come to the board when there's conflict.
Yeah, and I think many landowners are willing to do it, but maybe not wanting to pay for it. So I'm eager, because I think it is a real advantage to identify these sites. Thank you.
Well, while you're up here, Director Plowman, I just wanted to ask you about streamlining. I know that's a priority for you. We hear a lot these days about California needing to streamline building, especially of residential housing, both for the need for more housing, for affordable housing, but also the cost on developers, the cost on that gets transferred. But in this context of budget hearings, I would just like to hear your thoughts on where you see your department going in terms of if things are streamlined. For example, I know you are bringing an ADU streamlining potential, like with pre-designed plans. I know a lot are coming down from the pike from the state. How do you see that impacting the department's budget going forward? If there's less work potentially because things are more automatic, does that have an impact on your staffing?
Supervisor Capps through the chair. There's potential for that, I would say, although the ministerial projects that move forward through the housing element, they're still very complex projects. Their permit may not be appealable, but all the work that goes into reviewing those applications is the same. So there's still quite a bit of work that gets done. It just means they're not subject to appeals and multiple hearings, which does delay the project and cost money. So that does help with streamlining. And then we are looking at bringing back items for the board, and this summer we'll be coming for direction from the board on streamlining other types of permits, which could simplify things for the public for smaller types of projects. So we monitor our caseloads and monitor our staffing, and if we don't have the fees to support the staff, then we do have to cut them back. My hope is that we can streamline the small things and give the big things the focus that they need, the big, more complex projects.
That sounds like a good goal. Thank you. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Capps. I wanted to speak to the HLAC, and it kind of also goes to streamlining as well, because I don't think that the bringing decisions to the board is actually what is the impediment. I actually think it's the process, and the streamlining needs to happen at the staff level, where we need to start to remove some of those barriers, because that's where things get tied up. They are never, we make decisions actually fairly quickly. And I know that that is an added expense, but I shouldn't think that's the first thing we should be cutting. And the same thing with HLAC here. I know we've asked you to look at ways to, on the cost side of that, but I'm not interested in removing the board's discretion there because when we have decisions from HLAC, they have a very narrow scope because they're looking at it from a historical landmark position. But I think us as a board look at it as a policy and what it impacts land uses to the neighbors. So it's that we have a bigger view of how it affects us taxes and a lot more policy decisions there. So if you feel like you've got direction from the board, or at least from this supervisor, I don't know if the actual item has moved forward yet on removing board discretion on that. I don't know if that is there yet. It's not on my part. I think we should maintain discretion at this board because we want to have some flexibility, but I think there's other places to look at in the future. And as far as HLAC is concerned, we created HLAC. If it needs to have more funding, I think that's something we should look at. I mean, it's a small amount right now. I think it's like $10,000 that we put into that. Instead of trying to rewrite the whole entire code to try to save a few dollars, I just would rather give them the few dollars that they need to be functional. We ask them to spend their time. They have a significant role to play in our county, and we want to make sure that we support them. So I don't know what this year's budget looks like for them, but I think in the future, I think we should be looking at trying to give them additional funds so they can fulfill their mission. I don't think it's going to be something that will break the bank.
I think every penny counts right now, and I think this is part of the streamlining, and I think that we did give direction that where there is conflict, it would come to the board, but it doesn't have to come to the board all the time. But it's coming back to the board to decide. But I do believe that it would be helpful when it comes back to the board for us to understand what all goes into bringing something to the board, because it is many hours, and it's not just the department, it's county council, and it's the CEO's office, and so it adds, can you give us a ballpark from your, I mean, I've heard the clerk talk to at a training session. There's a lot that goes into that. So I think we need to understand that before we just dismiss it and say we want to keep our discretion. If we're serious about streamlining, we have to be serious about it.
Well, I guess that is a bigger discussion. I see my role as it's not my discretion. It's the 90,000 people I represent. It's discretion. And I don't want to give that away to staff. I mean, we have some great staff in this county, but when it has issues that are bigger than just that one project, I want to have that discussion. So maybe we should talk about how we quickly get things to boards, so we have quick yeses and quick nos. But that's what we have the clerk for. I mean, it's so that we can make decisions. It's not so that we just, we don't want to have some technocracy here that is making these decisions for us. We absolutely want to be able to retain that.
So I think this is all part of the discussion that needs to come back.
Agreed.
Thank you. I just wanted to know before we move on, and what's new in the community services budget, since our budget workshops was a set aside from sustainability funding at the direction of not a majority of this board, but of the board to set aside money for the planning for phasing out existing oil and gas operations. So I just wanted to acknowledge that in support of that as well. And I understand we'll be taking a separate vote about that at the end. So thank you. Okay, we can keep moving here to the next functional group, which is our policy and executive.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. The final functional group is policy and executive. This functional group is comprised of the Board of Supervisors, County Council, the County Executive Office, and General County Programs. This functional group makes up just 6% of overall county operating expenditures and 2% of county FTE. 20% of the county's GFC allocation goes to this functional group and is primarily received by the General County Programs Department before being transferred out to other departments to fund a variety of board-approved policies and projects. Notable updates for this group since workshops include the security contract shift to risk management, which was mentioned earlier, and increased General County Programs appropriations of $3.4 million to bridge the social services funding gap next fiscal year. That concludes the policy and executive functional group overview.
Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak from the public on this?
Chair Capps and members of the board, we have no requests to speak from the public on the policy and executive functional group.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand when the cannabis presentation is happening. Is it in this functional group or is it?
It's at the end of these presentations, so Mr. Clementi still has more to do on follow-up, and then it'll
Okay.
be at the end of that.
Okay, any questions from the board on this functional group? Seeing none, we will move it along.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the coming slides, I'll be discussing some direction we received at budget workshops to return with specific items and looking to get final board direction on these at the hearings today. On this table, we see the one-time uses of funds that were recommended by the CEO and approved at the April budget workshops, with the exception of the replacement of Sheriff Patrol in-car video equipment. The board requested additional analysis on this item. The IT department went out and reviewed the equipment, its condition, and the environment in which it's used, and concurs with a recommended replacement cycle of 5 years, recommending commencement of replacement in the coming year to avoid the risk of increased equipment failures and replacement costs. The CEO has included the recommended funding for this replacement in the final budget adjustments on attachment A1. The funding would be released from a fund balance established in general county programs back in fiscal year 2019-20 for this explicit purpose, to build up funds over time to be prepared for this regular replacement life cycle. So it is an A1. If the board concurs with this, no action is needed until the recommended actions because it's on the FBA list. If there is alternate direction, we would need that now.
Okay, Supervisor Lavin, you know.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Clementi, so this money's been set aside for this purpose, and when we do this replacement, there'll still be over $500,000 for the next replacement, correct?
Yes, Supervisor Lavin, that's correct. It will continue to build up. There will be some left in the balance still. It will continue to build up again. So next replacement cycle, it will be there again.
Actually, this seems like one of the things, as far as maintenance goes, that we're doing correctly, that we continue to fund something that has a life cycle. So I'm glad that, I don't know when we started this, but it looks like it's been a while.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just wanted to say I'm supportive and I appreciate the independent review.
Likewise. Okay, next you can continue.
Supervisor Lee had a question earlier, so I just wanted to make sure that he's caught up if you had any questions on the car replacement.
So we're going forward with the replacement of the cameras?
It will be included with your board's vote today.
Got it.
Yep.
At the April workshops, your board directed staff to defer $5.08 million from the $10 million capital improvement plan projects in order to shift that funding into a set-aside for the Northern Branch Jail expansion. At that time, we were directed to look into alternative funding for 2 of these deferred projects and return today to discuss. The first was the Vandenberg Village project, Phase 1, with a cost of $426,000. The $426,000 could potentially come from the set-aside for North County Parks, Trails, and Open Space that was established a few years ago, of which $975,000 remains unallocated. Alternately, it could remain on the deferred projects list, which would be the first list of projects addressed in the future should new CIP funding become available. There is still a part of this project that CSD is moving forward on, which is funded from developer impact fees to finalize project design and do site and trail work. The second project was security improvements at the District Attorney's Santa Maria Juvenile Office for $200,000. General Services went back through existing funding sources that they receive for countywide security improvements and determined some of their allocation in the current year can be put towards this project. So they'll be able to move forward on that one with no additional funding needed. And CEO Miyasato is reminding me the Vandenberg Village project, this is phase 1. It's right now CSD is projecting a $3.8 million multi-phase project. So this is a beginning piece of the first phase. So we'll look for board direction. If if no action's taken, it will remain on the deferred list, or we could receive a different direction.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair Capps, I asked for this to come back because as we look for additional revenue to potentially plug this hole so this project can move forward. It's not often that we get to spend, North County projects and the capital improvement plan, and I was really thankful for those who had put this as a priority project. And I was disappointed that we lost that when we had to start putting money aside for the jail. So, it's real pain for all of us. It's not a pleasant process. This phase one is really phase 1A and B, and I think phase 1A, which is some of the planning side that can be done with the development impact fees, would be appropriate to get done in this year. 1B, which is the general fund portion, I'm okay with that moving forward on the deferred list for another year. And if we get done with the planning side on 1A, and we need to get jumped to 1B sooner, I guess we could always bring that back to the board and get support on pulling some of those funds from one of those other parks and open space funds that we have. But I'm not ready to do that at this point. I think those funds are a big amount that we could do something big with in the future, and so I want to make sure that they're as whole as possible, and I don't want to raid those at this time if we can potentially find other funding sources. So 1A is, it's about $400,000 on each side. $400,000 of a development impact fees already exists, so I think we're going to get started with that in this budget cycle. The additional $400,000, which I think was actually a little bit of capital work, I think we're going to defer that to a future cycle if my colleagues can support me in this.
Supervisor Hartman.
I am supportive. I would have been supportive the other way too. This project, there was Proposition 4 that passed, $10 billion at the state level that over time will come for a whole range of different kinds of projects. But typically, this project won't be eligible because it's not in a disadvantaged area, and they've been waiting for it for a long time. So I'm glad to see some movement, and I hope that money will stay in parks, and we set that aside. I'd hate to see it go to the jail.
Is that clear direction for how we want to move forward? Okay. Excellent. Thank you. I'm happy to do that. Okay, please proceed. Sure.
Another item we wanted to bring to your attention, which Chair Capps mentioned earlier, is on attachment A3, which contains the final budget adjustments.
Chair, Paul, I think you skipped that. Did you do the DA one?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
it's
did
just
mention
resolved.
that is resolved,
okay,
and General
good.
Services will be
All
able
right.
to handle that.
Thank you.
Yes. So attachment A3 contains final budget adjustments that will release $250,000, the remaining amount from the General County Program Sustainability Initiative set aside for community services to do work related to the county oil and gas regulations stemming from board direction received in May. Planning and development will also be involved in this project and likely need to postpone work on other LRP work program projects to support this. Staff is working to return to your board with more details on this work item in October.
Supervisor Hartman.
Madam Chair, I know we want a separate vote on this. Is now the time to do it or wait till the end?
I would look at council for that direction.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm actually looking at that now to see how we would structure it as a separate vote instead of part of the entire budget. So
Okay.
if we could wait a little while, that would be great.
It's a separate recommended action.
Okay. I'll just make an editorial comment about this funding, which I'm fully supportive of, but I just also want to take the opportunity to say I hope we really learn from the other examples of amortization that exist. Goleta, Culver City is already working on it, so just to make sure we're as efficient as possible with the research that needs to happen in order to make really prudent fiscal decisions about the phase out of oil and gas operations. I understand it's a huge, enormous project, and I want to be as thoughtful as possible, but I also don't want to recreate the wheel here in our departments. So just taking that opportunity to state that intention. Okay. Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be, I'm not going to put this on the CEO's office or CSD, but when this comes back in October, I'm going to be coming back with something from my office on trying to look at, it seems like a large focus on trying to remove oil and gas production. I want to see what it would look like with oil and gas. Let's stop using the product, because I don't want to be hypocritical in saying let's continue to use it somewhere else. Let's not. We're going to continue to use it here but produce it somewhere else, which makes no sense to me. So I want to look at a really small group, and it might be the sustainability department, because that's where this is coming out of, to look at what would it take for that group to work petroleum free, and can we do it, and what does that look like? So I'm not going to force anybody else to pick this work up. I'll try to do it myself and do the best job that we can with it.
Sounds good. Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Clementi. Thank you.
Excuse me. At workshops, your board directed staff to return with an item reducing ongoing cannabis program expenditures down to equal anticipated ongoing revenue. On June 3rd, the board approved staff recommendations on reductions, which are included in the final budget adjustments on attachment A and shown on the next slide. Also at that hearing, your board directed staff to return for further discussions around the use of the funds going to the sheriff's department and the amount that goes towards deferred maintenance. These are the adjustments that your board approved on June 3rd, reducing ongoing costs by a total of just under $1.4 million, with most coming from the district attorney and sheriff enforcement team costs and costs for appeals and P&D. And these are the funds we're seeking further direction on, if any. The sheriff enforcement team costs after the June 3rd direction are $1.5 million. The deferred maintenance funding is just under $1.6 million. And at this point, we do have a presentation from the sheriff's office on this discussion item, as well as a presentation from the CEO's office presenting options.
Yeah, thank you. You read my mind, CEO Miyasato. I think if it's okay with everyone, we'll just take a 5-minute bio break before we launch into the next topic. Thank you. Okay, we are back, and we will resume with the sheriff's presentation about cannabis funds.
Thank you, Chair Capps, and good morning, Chair Capps and members of the board. I'd like to start my remarks today by just recapping the action that was taken on June the 3rd. This board took a look at cannabis funding and in the process reduced the sheriff's budget by about $772,000 as a mixture of cannabis revenue and cannabis licensing fees that were coming into us. And at that same meeting, and at that same time, your board really gave some clear wishes on how they would like to see the use of cannabis funds reimagined. And we have listened carefully to the points that were raised at that meeting. And our commitment to you is to collaboration. And in that spirit, we developed what I think is a very viable plan. We worked closely with the CEO's office. We worked closely with the board staff. We worked closely with other county departments, and we developed a measured and a prudent plan that aligns with community priorities and your priorities while still preserving a well-regulated cannabis industry. It's important to remember that progress has been achieved in this field. Through strong partnerships, our county has significantly reduced the black market's presence, thus preventing illegal growers and dealers from establishing or expanding illicit operations in our communities, and discouraging legal operators from engaging in any prohibited or illegal activities. This progress has allowed us to responsibly resize cannabis oversight resources, and that's what we're here to propose to you today. I want to remind the board that the Sheriff's Office already took the reduction of that $772,000 or so in the last meeting, and that included the reduction of 2 detective positions from the cannabis enforcement team and 1 full-time equivalent worth of operational overtime. These cuts, which total the equivalent of 3 full-time equivalents, reduce our capacity to support cannabis regulation, but they were required in order to align with your priorities and with the county priorities. Our remaining $1.5 million reallocation plan ensures compliance with Chapter 50 while redirecting resources to important community needs. I want to mention the careful planning that really went into this proposal. Our command and executive teams invested significant time last week meeting with the CEO's office and the board staff to seek input and to craft a proposal that balances regulatory oversight with community-focused initiatives. We worked hard to incorporate your individual priorities into this plan while still preserving the ability to maintain proper enforcement of black market operations and industry oversight. Please remember that the risks of insufficient oversight and insufficient black market enforcement have not gone away. These include a potential resurgence of the black market. Without consistent enforcement, illegal operators could rapidly establish a foothold, undoing years of progress in establishing a level playing field for the legal cannabis industry in Santa Barbara County. There could be immediate market saturation. A lapse in oversight risks an immediate influx on unregulated cannabis into the black market, flooding communities with untested, potentially unsafe products that evade safe standards. There could be public health threats. Unregulated cannabis increases risks of contamination, mislabeling, and exposure to harmful substances, particularly impacting youth in our community, a concern we would like to see addressed through enhanced education and prevention programs. And then there's the economic impact. A resurgent black market would place significant strain on the legal cannabis market and would further erode cannabis tax revenues, thus limiting funds for community programs like drug prevention and public safety initiatives. The impact on community safety is clear, and although not specifically the fruit of the cannabis of the cannabis market per se, there is also was expressed concern by Supervisor Lavagnino about the significant number of unserved warrants that we hold. The black market operation does bring associated crime, including violence, trafficking, and environmental damage. And some of those warrants are indeed a result of that market. And as of June 12th, 2025, we are holding almost 10,000 warrants, 9,978 outstanding warrants, 2,043 of them for felonies, 7,907 of them for misdemeanors, and 25 civil and 3 infraction, with a total of 1,337 individuals having multiple warrants in the system. These warrants range from a 1993 homicide warrant for a case investigated by the City of Santa Barbara to 6,864 warrants that were issued since 2020, originating from jurisdictions like Santa Barbara, which has 4,763, Santa Maria has 4,945, Lompoc and Solvang combined, which have a total of 265. A dedicated fugitive warrant detective would help us to address this backlog, much more so than could be accomplished by a non-sworn person who would lack the sufficient time, investigative tools, and authority needed for certain types of apprehensions. We are proposing the following strategic reallocations of that $1.5 million total that's left to address 4 key areas. The first area is education and prevention. The first proposed restructuring of the budget would be the elimination of the existing AOP 1/2 line to free up licensing fee monies. Those would be redirected to the behavioral wellness and/or the public health department for robust and expanded drug education and prevention programs, specifically targeting youth marijuana use, countering black market influences, and addressing public health risks. The second reallocation goal would be to bolster county narcotics enforcement. There would be a transition of 1 full-time employee from the cannabis enforcement team, the present cannabis enforcement team, and instead put one of those positions in the North County narcotics team as a cannabis specialist detective. Likewise, we would transition another full-time equivalent detective position to the South County narcotics team as a cannabis specialist detective. The 2 detectives in those roles would maintain targeted oversight to deter illegal operations while addressing regional narcotic challenges and ensuring that we don't lose ground on black market mitigation. And when needed, they would have the full support of the other narcotics investigators, the other team. The third area of looking at under this proposal is community outreach. We are proposing that that $120,000 in funding matched with an equal amount of funding from the City of Carpinteria and the Carpinteria Unified School District be used to fund a South Coast Community Resource Deputy that would serve the communities of Carpinteria, Montecito, and Summerlin. The deputy selected and assigned to this position would enhance community engagement and would build trust, deter illegal activity, and address local safety concerns through a visible and interactive law enforcement presence. And the fourth key area would be to establish a new Special Investigations Unit called the SIU. This would be done through a combination of reallocations and reassignments of existing positions. First, we would reallocate the cannabis sergeant position to lead the newly formed SIU, the Special Investigation Unit. And in it, we would include adding one full-time employee as a fugitive/warrant detective. That would be a reassigned position that's currently in the cannabis enforcement team. Compared to benchmarks for San Luis Obispo and Ventura, our warrant backlog is significant but manageable with properly dedicated resources. And it's important to have that proper amount dedicated. Unlike San Luis Obispo, which assigns warrant duties to a lone canine handler, or Ventura, which lacks a dedicated team, our proposed fugitive warrant detective would use a combination of tools that are available only to sworn staff, the CLETS system, the LexisNexis, cell phone GPS warrants, to name a few, to prioritize and apprehend fugitives, collaborating with the district attorney's office and the probation department for input and data analysis. The detective would also coordinate the distribution of a most wanted list that would be distributed to deputies and police officers from throughout the county. Next, we would consolidate our human trafficking and intelligence roles by placing our existing human trafficking detective position and our intelligence and organized crime detectives under the SIU so that they could assist with streamlined, high-impact warrant apprehension efforts as well. So why do we propose to do all of these things? Why do they matter? Well, first is preventing uncontrolled market chaos. By maintaining stabilized cannabis oversight through these reassigned and reimagined roles, we can continue to prevent a return to an unregulated black market. We can protect public health, we can provide public safety, and we can help ensure that various legal cannabis operations will generate the taxes, the remaining ones, will generate the taxes that will provide economic stability. These are community-centered solutions. In this plan, we address long-standing challenges: youth education, community safety, and unserved arrest warrants that for years have been under-resourced, and it does so while aligning the board's vision to do more with our communities, all of which would be within the existing budget that was approved 2 weeks ago. This plan will provide partnership-driven success. Our collaboration with the CEO's office, with other county departments, with the City of Carpinteria, and with the Carpinteria Unified School District would ensure a unified approach to shared goals. So, our recommendations to you today are: 1, approve the plan, endorse the sheriff's $1.5 million reallocation proposal to provide clear direction for cannabis revenue use while ensuring adequate enforcement to keep the black market at bay. Number 2, help us implement reorganization by retooling the Special Investigations Bureau and reassigning cannabis enforcement personnel to align with the new structure. Number 3, give us the tools to monitor and adapt to track cannabis revenue, to look at and continue to track black market trends, to provide better warrant clearance rates, and to have special problems teams this special problems team examine and get better outcomes, all the while reporting regularly to your board with performance data to show you what we're doing and to be able to help refine our strategies. So in closing, I leave you with 3 thoughts. Number 1 is shared vision. This carefully measured proposal reflects our commitment to the board's vision of aligning cannabis revenues with community priorities while safeguarding against black market risks. Number 2 is the long-term impact. By balancing enforcement, education, and community services, we can help build a safer, healthier Santa Barbara County for all residents. And number 3 is gratitude. I want to thank you, the board, the CEO's office, and our county partners for your collaboration and your insightful questions which helped shape this forward-thinking plan. And that's our proposal to you, and I'm here with my staff, ready to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chair Brown, for that presentation. Questions from the board at this point? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. I know this is going to come up in the CEO's presentation as well, but according to their numbers, your proposal has cost overruns from what was previously budgeted, about $122,000. I don't know if this question is for you or for CEO staff. If the board moved forward that option, where would those funds potentially go to close the gap budgetarily?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, I mean, the department would have to find the revenue, absorb it within their existing budget. We know that the department typically goes over budget each year as is, so it would likely end up, if they have overruns that exceed the revenue being provided here, it would end up being a general fund cost to close by the end of the year.
But how would we move forward today if we chose this option? Would we just move forward with those additions as part of a motion? Just trying to understand that, or whether that needs to be budgeted in ahead of time. So I just want to make sure if that option's on the table, how would we deal with it as a board and an eventual motion?
Yeah, Supervisor Nelson, I believe in that case, you're right. To balance the budget, knowing that these costs would be such, we'd have to find a one-time source, possibly contingencies in general county programs or something from that to balance things out, or additional cannabis one-time revenue from that funding bucket.
Is there any fund balance the Sheriff's Department has at all, or is that completely zeroed out at this point? Okay.
I don't have their fund balance numbers on top of my head. I know asset forfeiture is something they have, but these types of expenditures, it would depend on what they can or can't put those towards in the context of these costs. If there's equipment type purchases or those types of one-time costs, that would likely be more appropriate for asset forfeiture than a like ongoing funded position.
And I guess questions for the sheriff here. One of the most largest glaring cost on your proposal is the lease where you're at right now for the cannabis operation at almost $20,000 a month. That's a big hole there. I know that you're proposing potentially trying to get out of that earlier. Have you guys dug much deeper into that? I think your proposal has you there for another 6 months and then maybe going to a smaller space. Is there any options of maybe getting out of there sooner to help close that gap between your proposal and what the board kind of budgeted for cannabis?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, that is certainly a possibility that we could negotiate perhaps that to happen. But I think it's important to understand that what's really driving that is that we're moving forward with a new location for our South County Special Investigations team, and that we didn't have the room that we needed before. So we could downsize and have a smaller footprint up in the north. The other thing I guess I would want to point out is that our estimates and the CEO's estimates are different because they rolled a lot of the costs, vehicle costs and other things into the salary model, and we did not. We just did the straight salary model, but there's also been some increases in workers' comp and in other insurance and other things that have occurred there. The other thing I'd like to point out is that a possible source of the revenue would be, your board would have to take an action to do this and may not want to, but the 18% set aside for the deferred maintenance is really not 18%. It's over 24% of the available cannabis revenues. And so if the board chose to reduce to the intended 18%, that would certainly free up enough funds to cover that and other things as well.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. So, Mr. Clemente, do you want to comment? I'm just curious. So that was the catch-up? Is that what we're talking about, the difference between the 18 and the 24?
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair, so the 18% funding that comes out of the cannabis revenue is not intended to be 18% of the cannabis revenue. It is the name of the policy the board adopted years ago to use
Unallocated.
18% of unallocated growth in discretionary general revenue each year and carve that out and put it towards deferred maintenance. So the money that comes out of cannabis was carved out of cannabis growth in fiscal year 2021 and 21-22 when we had those big years of growth. 18% was applied to the revenue growth in those years, and it remains as a baseline, just like the rest of the 18%. It's the new baseline that gets added to in future years, or in the case of cannabis, there hasn't been any more growth.
So it stays.
So we haven't been adding to it, but we also haven't been taking away from a baseline adopted in prior years.
Okay. So it's calculated the same as we do all the other 18%. It's just that we have a shrinking revenue source. Okay. Question for the sheriff. So are you okay with this as a one-time, not a one-time, but a one-year kind of trial run at this as well? So I kind of want to see what all the results are myself, so.
Supervisor Lavanino through the chair, absolutely. And that was really our intent, is to see, let's give this a chance. Let's get those two, particularly the two new positions with the warrant detective and the community resource deputy, and see what we're able to produce within a year. And obviously, all of this will depend on what's left next year in terms of cannabis revenue. And hopefully, by maintaining a significant enforcement against illicit marijuana operations, we'll be able to level set or keep the field level for those operators who are abiding by the law.
Okay, and then can we get an update, I'm not sure from who, on, I like the idea of partnering with the city of Carpinteria and the school district. Where do we stand on that negotiation, and how do we figure that out today?
Yeah, Supervisor Lavanino, let me preface this. This is we've had preliminary discussions with both entities, and the hypothetical was proposed to them if the county could come up with half the cost for essentially allowing that community resource deputy to work in the unincorporated areas of the county. Could the city of Carpinteria and the school district come up with the other cost and have a truly shared position?
Dedicated. I like that model. I like that idea.
It's still.
What happens if I approve it today and then they come back and go, nah, I don't want to do that?
Well, I mean, I suppose if we can't get it, we can't get it. But I think at least if we can get your direction that that's what you'd like to see, we can move forward with that, and hopefully, we still would have to figure out who's going to pay how much, and there's going to have to be some agreement, which all would have to go. But as I say, this is we've had very encouraging conversations with those two entities.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
I just want to follow up on the question about the city of Carpinteria and the school district. I spoke to the school district, they are not interested. I don't know if you had different conversations, but also with the city of Carpinteria, they're hesitant. I don't know, I can't speak for them, but can you go into more detail about your conversations with the city of Carpinteria and what they said?
I can't, because these discussions were with our area commander who was in those discussions. I don't know if Under Sheriff Bonner has some more to add to it, but.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Lee through the chair. So our representative has been in touch with the city manager in Carpinteria, and he's the one that's saying that he was confident he could bring it to his city council and come up with that matching funds. He was talking in combination with the Carpinteria Unified School District, but the city manager is the one that has told us to this point that he was confident that the city would come up with the matching funds.
Okay, because I'm struggling to understand why you anticipate city of Carp to be part of the budget, and what if they don't give you the money, then what are your next steps?
Well, the whole proposal would rise or fall on all of these parts coming together. These three stars would have to come into alignment, obviously. And what we're just saying is that rather than, not have this position, which you expressed strong interest in, we looked for a creative way to try to get it without paying for the entire, and the problem is, even if the board were to approve the entire funding, that would present your board with some other problems and issues in other areas where other municipalities are paying for community resource deputies. And so, there's a delicate balance in there, and that's what we're trying to achieve with this proposal, where truly it would be a split position that would work half the time in Carpinteria, and that time split between whatever the percentage would be between the school district and the city. And then the remainder of the time would be devoted to the unincorporated areas, including Montecito and Summerlin, and the greater Carp area. But that all of it depends on that all coming into alignment, and we're just putting that out there as our proposal. Obviously, if we were not able to get those positions, we'd have to look for some other funding source. There'd have to be other, or we just couldn't do it.
And do you think this CRD is spread too thin between the city of Carp and the unincorporated areas?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
Do you think this CRD position is spread too thin between the city of Carp and the unincorporated areas of the county?
That it could be split?
No, it's spread thin, that one person is not able to cover all these areas.
Oh, no, I think one community resource deputy could cover it. Remember, this is a deputy that's a full-time assignment would be to work with communities, work with the municipality, work with the school district on specific crime prevention type activities, community outreach activities, and so forth. And that would be this person's full-time job. They would not be a patrol deputy that would be doing this as an ancillary function. This would be their full-time assignment.
And who picks this deputy?
Typically, what we've done is to try to incorporate in the selection process the entities that are paying for the position. So, like for example, our lieutenants who work as the chief of police services in our contract cities typically have a part in the selection process.
Okay, so for example, say Carpinteria pays and they want a certain deputy, but I want a different deputy. What happens then? Who picks?
I guess we lock the door and let you figure it out. I don't know.
All right, thank you.
We hope to achieve consensus.
Well, Sheriff, thank you. Thank you for outlining and stepping back after our last hearing on your cannabis budget and rethinking things. I appreciate the shared vision, particularly about the black market, because we hear repeatedly how much that's proliferating. So I'm just was happy to hear that you believe that it's gone down, and I would love to understand more. What's that based on?
Well, the reality is we have not been finding the significantly large grows that we did initially. So we've made a tougher environment, I think, for those who want to break the law to come into our county and have illicit grows. The market has changed a lot, and that's no doubt has some impacts as well. There's a glut on the commercial market, as you're well aware, and so when there is a scarcity, then there's more incentive for people to, we've seen people, put grows into the national forest area that, are up where sort of mountain goats should be living. They're very, very difficult to get to and to find. But as a result of the current conditions, the market is suppressed, and we have continued to do a robust enforcement program against people who we find. And just recently, as you are aware, we got on to somebody who was using cell phones with young people to sell them an array of different kinds of drugs, including cannabis, but others as well. And that is a continuing problem that we have. I hear anecdotally from school teachers that there's a lot of cannabis in various forms on the schools. That people are still seeing young people with quite a bit of it. So our efforts really, I think, need to continue in that balanced approach to enforcement and education and prevention.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a bit of a contrast to what I hear. I understand that the number is roughly around 60% of our local market is black market. Was it higher prior to this cannabis program?
All of those numbers are estimates. I
Sure.
don't know. It depends on what you read and how you read. I can tell you that there has been historically a significant black market. It continues in the community. Again, we have not been seeing as many obvious, open, illicit outdoor grows as we have in the past of recent times. But again, this is not the time to let our guard down. We need to be making sure that we have people that can find out if that activity is going on and investigate it and hold those accountable who are doing it.
Yeah, fully in agreement that we don't let our guard down. I just want to make sure we're spending the money that we do have that's dwindling as efficiently as possible. So my second question.
Can I just add one
Sure.
thing too? Let me just add that by integrating the cannabis specialists into the narcotics teams, if there's not a significant amount of illicit cannabis activity that they're aware of, they're still there working on other, and it is a target-rich environment with other narcotics that are in the community. We have plenty. The number one drug is methamphetamine. Number two is fentanyl. We have significant amounts of cocaine. We have seen a return of heroin to the community, which has been almost non-existent for a number of years, seeing it here. So there's plenty of illicit drug activity out there that will keep this investment in additional narcotics enforcement busy.
Thank you. So I just want to echo what Supervisor Nelson raised with his question. For me, when I looked at the cannabis budget for your department, it was really an alarm to see that we're spending so much money on a lease in Santa Maria, $20,000 a month, but totaling $1.4 million over the life of this program. And that is news to me. That didn't come up when your department and my office were trying to figure out what to do with a training facility that needed serious repairs. And so the decision was made to use the food bank building that had been designated for affordable housing, which is a high priority for me, to shift that. And we did that to the tune of, I think, $1.1 million. But never in those conversations was it brought up, oh, we have this underused warehouse or office space at $20,000 a month that we're paying for. So to me, it's an alarming, eye-popping number that shows me I'm not sure we're using these funds efficiently. I'm all for enforcement, but I don't know what could justify a lease of $20,000 a month.
I'm happy to tell you.
And now you're willing to shift it away because the scrutiny has occurred.
With all due respect, Chair Capps, that is absolutely not the case. The reason that we had a larger facility and paid the larger lease was because we did not have a location for the two teams that were housed up there. We have other assets that are housed there as well that I'd prefer not to discuss publicly. The reality is we had to find new location in the South County for our teams because the existing facility was falling apart. It was just absolutely almost uninhabitable. And that has been a problem that the county has been trying to address for years. We haven't had the funding to do it. But the resource that we have up north, we can downsize now because we don't have to put as many people in that North County because we are going to have the new South County facility. So there was nothing surreptitious about this. This was fully upfront in terms of what we were doing. And the reality is, it was essential for us to have the larger facility. What we're saying now is, once the new facility opens up and we can spread the team out, we won't need as much space, which would allow us to downsize that facility.
Well, I appreciate that. And again, you're privy to the information. This is your department. We just know what we get in front of us. And again, it wasn't brought up as a potential to downsize until a lot of requests started coming in. And I don't understand how a team of, I believe it's 9 for our cannabis enforcement, would require such a charge of $20,000.
It wasn't just that team. It was the narcotics team and the cannabis team. and other elements of our Special Enforcement Bureau.
And so now those folks, so it's paid for by cannabis funds, but that team will be dispersed to a new facility. I just really want to understand this.
Yeah, it was paid for by cannabis funds. We were
Yes.
housing our other team there because we needed a place to put them, so. But yes, it was.
Okay. And I just do want to raise some concerns about, as a former school board member, community resource deputies are valuable, but when it's sort of foisted on a district that isn't anticipating it and it's not part of their budget, they can't. That's a lot of money to come up with, especially a district the size of Carpinteria. So I just really want to get some clarity before we move and sign off on this plan. If they're willing to do it, that's wonderful, but it's theoretical at this point, it sounds like to me.
I think it would have to be conditioned on that, and it would also have to be conditioned on the fact that we'd need another 20,000 to add to
Sure.
that 100,000.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I'm not a big fan of the lease, right? But I think one of the things that we're not discussing is that part of the lease had to do with that they needed a large area for some of the major grows that they were taking down at the beginning to store the product and keep it secure and under camera and all that other sort of stuff. So, yeah, I just wanted to get that as part of the conversation. I think
I appreciate that. And Sheriff has always been very willing to meet and to take me on tours, et cetera. So I really want to come see this. I do have some questions about it. So, but we can move on. Let's move on to the CEO's report or analysis.
And Supervisors, before we begin, Mr. Clementi will walk through some different options and analysis we've done. But I do just want to thank the Sheriff's Office. They have been very open about their information and getting it to us timely in time for the hearing. So I want to acknowledge that and thank them for that.
Thank you, Chair Capps. On the following slides, I'll be walking through 4 options that your board could consider for the use of cannabis tax revenue currently allocated to the sheriff for the Cannabis Enforcement Program. The CEO recommends either option 3, which is a hybrid approach, or option 4, holding most of the general county program in general county programs for future needs. Of course, your board may also direct other options. Option 1 is the status quo, leaving the funding as it stands after the board reductions directed on June 3rd. This is 3 special duty deputy, sheriff deputies, sheriff sergeant, and then program costs, including $239,000 in the annual building lease. Non-lease program costs, excuse me, such as vehicles, insurance, and other overhead have been spread across the FTE on this and subsequent slides. Option 2 is the sheriff's proposal that you just heard, with 2 deputies moved to the narcotics teams, the addition of a South Coast Community Resource Deputy with costs partially offset by the City of Carpinteria and it sounds like with the school district as well, a shifting of the cannabis program sergeant to the new SIU, and a deputy tasked with leading enhanced warrant apprehension efforts. Additionally, if the sheriff is able to get out of their lease by the end of the calendar year and move to a smaller lease at half that cost, this could result in $180,000 spent on lease space instead of $240,000. Again, the program costs have been spread across positions other than the lease. Our calculations do show that the total cost of this proposal may end up being about $122,000 over the $1.5 million currently allocated in the cannabis revenue. In option 3, the CEO is recommending a hybrid approach, keeping 2 deputies funded with ongoing revenue in the Sheriff's Department for work on the narcotics and cannabis, and the current building lease costs, although efforts will still be made to get out of this lease and move to a smaller, cheaper space. Other costs could be treated as one-time in nature. The felony warrants issue could be recommended to the CCP to see if they will fund the effort in a one-time or ongoing manner. $150,000 could fund a half-time deputy to work on business license processing, would only be transferred if licensing revenue generated by the work proved insufficient to fully cover the half FTE costs. $100,000 in one-time funding could go to supplement the sheriff's overtime budget for use in the South Coast or other areas. This amount would cover approximately 1,100 overtime hours. And cannabis audits could be reinstated in the amount of $70,000 with the use of one-time funds. The remainder would be held in general county programs for other uses. I'll go into more detail on this option in the next slides. So why recommend a hybrid approach? The CEO is looking for a solution to address the highest requests of the sheriff and the board while maintaining consistency with our policy that seeks to limit funding new ongoing expenditures with cannabis revenue, given the volatility of the funding source, while also trying to leverage some of the funds to hedge against future issues. The next few slides provide more details on each component of the hybrid recommendations. The first one here is similar to the sheriff's proposal. 2 of the cannabis detectives that would transfer to their narcotics teams and specialize in cannabis as enforcement needs arise. We would seek to minimize, as I mentioned, other program costs such as the lease as much as possible. We would refer the felony warrants issue to the CCP, asking them to develop and implement a plan that would clean up the warrants database and determine what level of staffing and funding would be needed to accomplish the work. The level of funding needed is unknown, which is why the CCP would need to review and discuss. Court action and DA involvement is likely a necessity on this project. Our recommendation is that the CCP review and discuss and coordinate closely with the CEO's office to develop a plan of action. The recommendation to add $100,000 of one-time funding to the sheriff's overtime budget is in lieu of a permanent ongoing South Coast Community Resource Deputy. As you discussed with the sheriff just now, there are concerns with funding a full-time position, partly paid for with revenue from a city and a school district, and how that would be handled within the context of the city contracts. Such a proposal, as far as we know, has yet to be reviewed by the Carpinteria City Council or school district, and would likely require renegotiation and amendment of the existing sheriff city contract they hold with Carpinteria, and unknown whether the other contract cities would seek a similar deal in the future. The CEO recommends instead providing $100,000 for the sheriff to use for overtime and special events as needed on the South Coast or in other areas. The CEO is also recommending using one-time funds to reinstate cannabis audit work in fiscal year 25-26 for about $70,000. Approximately $60,000 was spent in the current year for 4 audits and could likely continue on a one-time basis next year. One-time funding for a half FTE sheriff's deputy to conduct review of new business licenses is recommended. This funding would be released only if licensing revenue is insufficient to cover the costs. In the meantime, the CEO's office will be evaluating transitioning the sheriff's licensing function to another department. Right now, the sheriff only has an AOP budgeted in the licensing program due to insufficient revenue. And in the final piece of the hybrid option, number 3, we are recommending holding the remaining about $339,000 in general county programs to be used towards other needs that arise. We've listed some possibilities here, such as the state and federal budget issues we've discussed today, funding needs, additional funding needs for the Murray settlement and the Northern Branch Jail expansion, other board priorities that may arise, and to help mitigate deficits that we see ahead. We also have option 4 on the slide here, which would be to fund the half FTE deputy for business licensing that I just mentioned in option 3, and hold the remainder, which is about $1.35 million in general county programs for the needs I just listed above. We would also still recommend referring the felony warrants issue to the CCP in either scenario. And I won't walk through this table, but this is a table comparing the 4 different options I just walked through. That concludes the CEO's presentation.
Well, I really appreciate the work of putting these 4 options in front of us. It helps guide our discussion. So questions from the board at this point. Supervisor Lavadino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what's the thought process for directing the felony warrant team to the CCP?
I'll ask ACO Heitman to come up and answer that question, Supervisor.
Supervisor, through the chair. As you're aware, the felony warrant issue has come up several times at your board, and there really hasn't been a lot of collaborative effort to try to assess it and address it. During this budget process, we received a budget inquiry form from another of the supervisors and asked that the three departments, probation, sheriffs, and DA, collaboratively work to try to address that. There was limited time for them to do so, but in their initial effort, we continue to see there's some disparities between an understanding and a plan of how these warrants could be addressed. We see the CCP as an opportunity to really leverage all of their perspectives on the warrant situation, make sure that they're familiar as a group with what's been done in the past, and some of the issues that will require court action that typically wouldn't be done at the sheriff's office would be done either through probation or the district attorney's office. We had some opportunity to just kind of check in with court administration on it, and they too would like to be a part of this discussion and are involved in the CCP, so that gives them the opportunity to get involved there. But additionally, there are additional resources that they might be able to utilize that would relieve some of the fiscal responsibility for this from this particular source of funding.
So the CCP currently, though, they are charged with apprehending AB 109ers, correct?
That is correct, Supervisor. There is a compliance response team that is joint with the sheriffs and probation. Its resources have been recently reduced, but there is still funding there available for that. And that team currently focuses on the AB 109 warrants, which is a portion of what you're seeing, a relatively small portion. But that's another avenue that the CCP could discuss and consider whether they would like to expand that team's scope to include some of this warrant cleanup as well.
So why would I want to take what to me is my number one priority and send it over to a group that just defunded a portion of the, I mean, they're only talking about maybe 115, 125, somewhere around there. AB 109ers, and they decided as a group that they wanted to reduce the funding for that mission. Why do I want to see my project go over there where it's not a priority?
Supervisor, through the chair, I don't believe that that was the basis for the decision that the CCP made. The work of the compliance response teams is much broader than just the warrants. The warrants represent, I think, a systemic issue that needs to be explored further. Not only the 109 warrants, but also the larger group of warrants that exist. So it isn't about sending it to the CCP just to be able to use that team. It's about putting together the fuller understanding of what those warrants represent and make sure that we're more strategically looking at how do we ensure that the warrant listing is accurate, up to date, and that officers in the field are going to be able to respond to it as effectively as possible. Right now, we know that we do not have any county strategy that is addressing those warrants on an ongoing basis, and therefore this build-up backlog problem continues to exist. So what I'd like to strive for is not only to take action on it now, but also to set in place some policy discussions about how do we make sure that we have a process to stay on top of it and that this isn't just something that's put aside periodically. Through the CCP, as well as collaborating with the CEO's office, I think we can make some movement on the policy, we can make some movement on the current list, and we can report back to your board as well as the larger group of stakeholders of the CCP.
I appreciate that. From my history, though, I feel like when we go and study a policy and decide how we're going to do something, I want to see action, and I don't want to see planning. And I'm not saying shoot first and then figure out what we're doing, but I mean we need we need some action. I don't want it to go get studied. And who makes up the CCP? We've got social services in there, correct? And
Correct. All of the departments that we've already mentioned,
Right.
as well as the courts, the public defender's office, and other
Yeah.
community organizations. But I want to clarify one issue, Supervisor, is that regardless of how the work is funded, whether that is through a county fund or through the CCP, I think that it's key that we really understand what's involved in those warrants and make sure that we're actually addressing all of the issues related to those. If we only target arrests, we will continue to maintain a very high number of warrants out there on the caseload. Our strategies need to be inclusive of planning for how do we fix this problem on the long run.
Okay.
And that really is the core of what I'm trying to put forward. Is not about where you pay for it, but how do we make sure that
me
it's
neither.
more inclusive.
But I've got a feeling, and this is just in the back of my head, that the folks that are also trying to keep, that are attempting to downsize the jail from what its current build rate is. I mean, we're kind of, as a county, working at two different things right now. We've got 1,800 felony warrants, and I'm trying to push policy that we go get felons that are in our community and make them face justice. The other side of that scale is we're trying to put as few people in jail as possible. So am I getting, I feel kind of like, it's not the runaround, but I'm kind of feeling like everybody just keeps staring at me because we don't want to go find out what the problem is. And we don't want to figure out that there's a couple hundred more people that need to be incarcerated. Assure me that that's not the problem.
I honestly do not believe that that is anybody's goal here, Supervisor. Whenever we talk about the jail, we are very clear that we want to maintain public safety. Felony warrants would be a high priority. If an individual is out in our community and any of our law enforcement officers are coming across that individual,
Yeah.
they're going to run them. If there's a felony warrant, they are going to arrest them. No one is looking the other way just in.
Oh, I understand that,
some
but
effort.
I just need you to run into them before they run into me. That's, right? That's, so, all right. Well, I don't support that plan, and I know the sheriff's plan has some holes in it as well, so I guess we're going to have to figure out how we do all this, but thanks.
Thanks. Supervisor Hartman.
Yes. Well, I'm very grateful that we had this alternative come forward, and I note in the description it said that the court administrator was recommending that the DA play a role. I mean, it seems to me that with these felony warrants, different criminal justice partners have different roles. It's not that all of them necessarily have to go to jail. They have to face justice. They have to face consequences, but I'm not sure that they have to all be in jail. And I think that the partners together could target, what I don't want to do is spend a whole lot of money following up on people where it's not going to really improve public safety. I want to target and invest where we're going to get the really dangerous people off the street and other people who've skidded away and not had to pay consequences for something, actually to have to face the music. So those are important things. But I think I would like to hear from Chief Benton if we could, because she chairs the CCP. I understand we don't want to just put something off and study it, but I think they're working on another issue that we asked them to look at with great efficacy, and I'm delighted to hear that. And again, I think this is grown to such a proportion that we really need to get the best minds we have in the county figuring out where to target our resources, and then, again, how to figure out that we don't just create another backlog, that we're putting a structure in place that this isn't a recurring problem. And I'm not sure if we just hand this over into one department's budget that we're going to get there.
Chief Benton.
Supervisor, through the chair, I think that there can be value in the Community Corrections Partnership taking on this project from a strategic perspective. I think, something like this requires the expertise of a number of different departments. It requires some coordination by the CEO's office. It requires some strategic work by the district attorney's office in determining how those warrants will be handled and disposed of in some cases. It requires, that we understand what's in that batch of warrants, because when you're talking about 9,000 or 10,000 warrants, when you start parsing that data, you start to understand that there's a number of different things at play in that batch of warrants. It's not just those folks that are felony charges that need to be apprehended. There's much more to it than that. And so I think, referring it to the CCP allows for some of that kind of parsing of what's in that batch to be done. But then it also allows for a larger strategic discussion among the collaborative partners about how are we going to prevent this from being a problem in the future? What strategies can we put in place as a body? Because all of your criminal justice partners sit on the CCP and have a stake in this. And their work group has been, our work group has been quite productive in solving some of these problems in the past. So I think, from a strategic perspective, what you would like to do is put policy in place to make sure that this problem doesn't persist. Then the CCP may be the right place to have that discussion.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Yeah, thank you, Chief Benton, and I appreciate that. And I would feel much more comfortable if that same group of people hadn't just decided to cut funding. And I understand that, resources are limited, but where did they cut the funding? Apprehending AB 109ers. So
Actually, as a representative of CPTB, every department cut funding. It was not just that one. That was just the one that drew a lot of controversy because of an unwillingness to take a haircut. But it was across the board, and it was a very collaborative process through all of the different partners.
Okay, so I still don't want to send the thing I'm most concerned about to a place that just decided that they don't have the money to handle even people that are more likely to reoffend than just, these are that core. I don't know, I'm just not getting sold on. I understand the whole collaborative process, and I wish there was a task force that maybe the CCP, if this was really a priority for them, that you guys would have already come up with. This has been a problem for a while. So why wasn't there something proactive that said, hey, we need somebody from the DA's office, we need somebody from the Sheriff's Department, we need somebody from probation. Let's all come together and put together a task force and then bring it to the board and say, we need X amount of dollars to pull this off, but this is something that's impacting public safety. Instead, it's kind of me trying to push a rock uphill and I'm not getting anywhere. And so, out of all the cannabis money, the one thing that got whacked in this process with the CEO's recommendation is that the person that I was most interested in is the one that disappeared or goes off and gets studied. I'd rather see the sergeant or, to me, there's other options in there. But I'm not comfortable sending this to the CCP. But this sounds like, I don't know, it's weird that we're going to have all kinds of, there's probably 6 different opinions up here of 5 people of how we're going to do this. So I don't know how you're going to land this plane on cannabis funds, but I appreciate the input.
We'll get there. Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. Just so I understand, so these felony warrants, so these are people with felonies that a judge has issued a warrant for them to appear in court, and they haven't, right?
Correct. Some could have absconded. Some could have just failed to appear in court for various reasons. There are occasionally some who are in custody in other jurisdictions. So some of that is administrative work that has to be done to figure out where those folks are. We occasionally have folks that are detained and are in custody elsewhere.
But we don't know.
Correct. There's administrative work that has to be done to find that out.
That's fascinating that we don't know. We make these assumptions that, hey, they could have been raptured, but we don't know. So we don't know if that's one person, if that's 1,500 people. We don't know, and that's really disturbing for the public. That's the conversation we're having here, guys, is these are people with felonies that a court has said to show up, and they said, screw you. Chief Ben, do you know where most of those are located geographically?
I can't answer that question.
Supervisor Lavanino, do you know where they're?
I think every indicator would be that they are most likely in the 5th district and some in the 4th district.
And again, that's where I think, I mean, I don't want to be too cynical, but I am. I think if this was a countywide issue, this would be a different discussion. And so, you know, a lot of these things, I think arrests are a good first step. You know, I know we have these competing priorities here, but I've seen it over and over again. You know, I think we need to address this issue, and I share that, Supervisor Lavin, you know, as well as we look at these. I do think that taking anything more out of our narcotics side, you know, is going to be a disservice. I think there's been a great integration between our cannabis and our narcotics team at this point, and that they've only been as successful as they can on the narcotics side because of that relationship with cannabis. And so, you know, my priority, my top priority is making sure that we have that integration by having those 2 detectives, north and south, added to those teams so they have more capacity. But close behind my next priority is that warrant issue. I think it's a huge issue, and it's something that is just, it's kind of one of those the emperor wears no clothes type of situations here, that we're talking around this thing, and it's a huge issue in our community. And it's also not good for people with warrants. You know, to live in the shadows, you know, that's something we keep talking about as a board, is trying to get people out of the shadows. You know, there's a group of people out there that have to live in an underground economy. They have to hide from police. There's their loved ones that are also put at risk when they have these felony warrants. So I think this is a huge issue that needs to be addressed. And frankly, we can address it first by finding out some of the information, but we have to prioritize it first. It hasn't been prioritized, you know, and I really appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's advocacy here, because I think that if it wasn't for you pushing this, Supervisor Lavanino, this would not be a top-of-mind conversation, and definitely not one we'd be having at a budget hearing. But I think that it's something that we should, so that we can continue to really bring public safety. And it's also a bad message to criminals in our community, right? That if we're not following up on these things. So I think, you know, putting this into this year's budget, getting a one-time, you know, of funds to go after these individuals would go a long way to start sending a message. And you know what? It'd be great news to come back here in next year's budget and say, hey, wasn't that big a deal? We didn't have a lot of them. I mean, that would be the greatest thing ever. You know, I'd be okay with wasting those dollars to have that assurance, but I'm afraid that's not the case. I think we're going to find out that the program needs to get bigger. And that will be unfortunate, but it would be to the benefit of public safety, and then I think that would mean that we were doing our job.
Supervisors,
Yes.
if I might add, there is a way, I mean, when you get to deliberation, and to figure out a way if you want to hold money back, because this would be sitting in 990, and you could, through the year, you could do a hybrid approach of a hybrid approach. You could ask CCP to look at it and come back within a short period of time, and then allocate the funds that's left over for an officer or someone to do it. But I just want to note that you're right. Supervisor Nelson was absolutely right. And I think the departments would agree, it hasn't been the highest priority of all the other things on their plate. Otherwise, we have solid, high-performing public safety officials, and they would have put it to the top of their list of things if they had additional resources and time. So that's one thing. I don't want to disparage our departments for not getting to it. But I think what staff is saying is, we think we understand your objective, and they want to do a more thorough approach. Because you've pointed out, you've shed light on an issue, and they want to do a more thorough approach and have a systemic way of solving it. I think that's what we're hearing. What we're hearing from you, know there's urgency, we want action. And so we're trying to figure out how to marry both of those things so that you're getting to the objective that you want. And so I hope Supervisor Lavanino doesn't think that his most favorite item got, quote unquote, whacked by the CEO's office. It didn't. So my first name is supervisor. We bring these for you to discuss today. We're just trying to give you options to stay within the parameters that we think are necessary about one-time funds, but ongoing. But obviously, your board can make different decisions.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I was taking note of Supervisor Nelson's comment as well, that we haven't made this a priority, and it's not just the CCP, but it hasn't been a priority until Supervisor Lavanino raised it as one, and I think it's an important one, and I think we're all trying to figure it out. I really do like the hybrid suggestion from our CEO. Again, we can go after these, but if we don't put things in place that frame a broader systemic approach, we're just going to run into this in the future. So again, I would like, I hear your deep concern about public safety, especially in North County, and I want to be responsive to that. And I'm certainly open to dedicating resources to it, but I want to make sure that they're well targeted. And I think that the CCP with the partners together could perhaps within a short period come back having analyzed and focused, and then as CEO Miyasato suggests, hold the money in 990 and then then put that into the Sheriff's Department and perhaps the DA, because I think he may have a role, although I don't fully understand that. And maybe we should ask him about that, because the court thought he should have a role. Would that be all right?
Absolutely.
The court administrator thought.
Sorry, I was looking at some statistics and was notified that I've been summoned. Chair Capps, members of the board.
Welcome.
Should I repeat the question?
Yeah, please, Supervisor.
So we're talking about felony warrants, and we think that there's an important role for the DA to play in the process of bringing people to justice, perhaps a role in targeting those that are highest priority. And the court administrator said that the DA should have a role, but I, for one, am not sure what that role is, so we're hoping that you might be able to expand on that for us.
Well, in general, in its simplest terms, my role is to prosecute the people that actually show up in court. I've got already a notoriously understaffed bureau, so in terms of actual apprehension, the district attorney's office is not staffed for that. However, in terms of looking at the problem on a broader level, yes, my office and myself are more than happy to participate in discussions about priority. Now, obviously, I was looking at my statistics aren't accurate on this topic. They are statistics that have to come from the sheriff and the court. However, the statistics I have show about 3,300 of those warrants are for DUIs. That is a priority of mine. Yes, I would love to see them. And if those people actually show up in court, I will prosecute. I mean, these 9,900 people, if they show up in the court, it is my role to prosecute, and I will. But when it comes to addressing the issue on a broader level, if we want to prioritize, if we want to, I know we had discussions earlier in the pandemic about looking at the lower level warrants, some of the misdemeanor warrants, and possibly packaging some together, offering some incentive for people to come forward with either reduced sentence. Looking at some of the old cases, if some of the cases are old and misdemeanors, and at this point we couldn't prosecute, I'm more than happy to participate in a system where we identify those individuals that pose the greatest threat to public safety, and perhaps even working to clear a number of the warrants that exist, that for practical purposes, the system is not staffed to handle, or potentially the cases are too old to conduct an effective prosecution. So yeah, I think I have a role when it comes to helping the other justice partners identify priorities. but at its key, my role is to prosecute those who show up in court. And I will say this warrant issue, this is not a uniquely Santa Barbara problem. The reality is, unless you hold everybody convicted of any crime, any misdemeanor or felony in custody throughout trial, you are going to have a significant number of people that don't appear. The issue is to find those that pose a risk to public safety and then have some entity available to actually actively search for them. So yes, I'm not only ready, willing, and able to participate in broader discussions, and I think those discussions should include getting rid of a lot of the warrants on the lower levels that at this point in time are just clogging the system, that do pose a risk of maybe an individual with a 5-year-old, very low-level case that I couldn't prosecute anyways gets pulled over for a ticket. That individual's life gets interrupted, they lose their job. I'm more than willing to participate with Public Defender Makuga and come up with a plan to how we clear the lower level ones. But the people that Supervisor Lavanino does not want to bump into on a dark street, I think we should identify and make an effort to bring them in. And there are also people with significant financial crimes, and then you have a victim that's not getting restitution. So for every reason, I want to bring the people in. And if we want to work on a committee, and whether it is the CCP or a work group, I know I have absolutely no problem working with Sheriff Brown, Chief Benton, Chief Defender Makuga, and I am willing, and I think now is the time to do it.
Supervisor Nelson, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps.
District Attorney.
District Attorney.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I've got a question for you. So who do you rely on for apprehension?
Apprehension is primary law enforcement. So that would generally be if oftentimes it is somebody commits a subsequent offense, and then upon processing the individual that commits the offense, the warrant comes up. And then that individual gets brought into court on the new offense and the warranted offense. Certainly in a lot of the very serious cases, violence, sexual assaults, homicides, if somebody were to not appear at that, we actually do a very good job of trying to find individuals. There are murders and rapes where even if the arrest isn't made at the time, we have apprehension teams oftentimes involving the United States Marshal, international apprehension. So we do that, but I am reliant upon primary law enforcement for that.
Like the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, Sheriff's Department or the Municipal Police Departments, California Highway Patrol, general, typical frontline law enforcement.
The only agency that we fund from this board would be the Sheriff's Department that would do that?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I just appreciate, I appreciate Supervisor Lavanino's insistence on action. I do not think that shifting this more to the CCP is, I see it as a sign of making it a higher priority. I just think that all I've heard is our criminal justice partners are working together better than ever, and the CCP is a mechanism to do that. We've heard from most of them, but I would just like to ask our public defender, Tracy Makuga, for her thoughts on this conversation. And again, I just see that the collaboration is a positive thing, not a detraction or a sort of a way to kick the can further down the road.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't in this BIF, so I'm now brought into the conversation. I'm personally very supportive of this going to the CCP. I'm very understanding of your position on this, but the vast majority of warrants that are in our system are misdemeanors, are low-level offenses. I personally believe and recommend that if we're able to challenge this together and clear out all of the minor offenses that we're talking about, the vast majority of them took place during the chaos of COVID. If you look at the statistical breakdown of those warrants, that's where the lion's share are. That we can clear that out, and then we can focus on the serious offenders. We can focus on the folks that didn't show up. So for me, I just think we should take advantage of the collaboration, the resources that we have, and challenge this and conquer this problem. And I do want to join, John in his comments, which is this is not unique to us. I don't think I don't want to defend the public safety group, but this is a problem nationally, and this is a problem in California. And I think we, as collaborators, could actually solve the problem and come back to this board very quickly to say how we're going to parse it out and cull it out. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, I guess we'll move forward with this presentation unless we're at the conclusion.
Chair Capps, yeah, we concluded the cannabis
four
portion. I think you're seeking additional direction on options and funding decisions.
Were there any other questions about pieces of the four options before us? We focus on the warrants. Were there other questions? Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I just wanted to finish up with a question to the CEO on the warrants, and then
okay.
I
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to talk about community resource deputies.
Sure.
So CEO Miyasato, if we did the hybrid of the hybrid, could you walk us through again what that would look like?
Sure, Mr. Clementi, can you put that chart back up? Oh, can you go to the comparison chart? So if you see option 3, which would be the two narcotics deputies, et cetera, what you see in the balance in the last number, I know it's small, is 339,100. And so that's basically what's left. And we would say then of that amount, you hold, I think a deputy is about 301, what's what we said? We have a 301,000 for a deputy. So you could just say, you want the CCP to go do the analysis, come back to the board with whatever the plan is. You could hold money aside here in that 339 for that additional deputy. And then when they come back, it's 990. You don't need 4/5 vote. It's 3/5 vote for the board then to allocate it to the sheriff. So, and you could do that at any time. If you didn't want to, you could do it today, which I think what Supervisor Lavanina would like. You can do it sometime later, but that's what we were thinking in that option.
And so to me, that looks good. I again, appreciate and Supervisor Lavanino raising the profile of this. And I think it's not just a one-off. I mean, I think it is a systemic issue, and we need to make sure that we're addressing it in a systemic way and that we're targeting those who are really the most danger to public safety. And I think that this kind of gets the best thinking of the different criminal justice partners together, is to have it with the CCP, maybe ask them for a specific time to be back to us with an analysis, and then allocate the funding for it at that point. So that's all I have to say about that.
Question on that. So, if I may, so where does that funding come from then? So, are you going to put it? That's what I'm asking. So, where are you going to hold that? Because I see 2 narcotics teams. I mean, what's the balance on option 3? 339.
339.
Okay. So I obviously I'm not excited about this because I don't think it's the progress that I'm looking for, because I want to see people. And here's the thing too, the low level. I'm not even talking about the misdemeanor warrants. Okay, that's another 7,000 or 8,000.
2,000.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about that, but I do like the DA's idea about let's come up with a plan because it just looks like we're inefficient if we have that on there. we need a system where we're clearing these out, whether it's making a deal with them, or we're reducing the charges, or we come up with a plan. That needs to be something, and if they don't have the funding for it, that's something that's a priority that we need to start thinking about. Yeah, Sheriff, I'll give just a sec. But yeah, you want to?
Supervisor Levanino, through the chair, what I'd just like to put on the table, and just to make everybody aware of, is that these two concepts of having the warrant detective and then having the CCP take a look at the whole process of warrants, they're not mutually exclusive.
Okay.
There's no reason that we couldn't start immediately with a fugitive/warrant detective. That member of our special investigations unit, they are perfectly capable of going through the warrants and picking the highest priority warrants and looking for people, going out and apprehending people who are at the high end of the spectrum, not going after shoplifting warrants and so forth. So in order for this to work, no matter what the CCP studies, does administratively, and the Sheriff's Office is more than willing to sit down and work with everybody on coming up with a scheme to do that. But at the end of the day, you're still going to need somebody to go out and apprehend these people. And those people would be this warrant detective and the patrol detectives and police officers in the community who, if they had the information on who is the top 10 or 20 or 30 most wanted, would be able to go out and actively seek and look for those people. So there's no reason to delay funding the warrant position while the CCP looks at this administratively. They're conceptually two different things.
Okay, Supervisor Lee.
So, Supervisor Nevenio, I see how important this is to you, and I'm willing to compromise and give up the $100,000 for this CRD for the South Coast for your officer. I think you make a convincing argument, and I want to support you.
I'm not sure if this is the time I put on. This is my Uncle Chen's shirt. But I appreciate that, and thank you. And I think that I think this warrant officer is not just going to be, and this team of what CCP comes up with is not just going to be for Santa Maria or for Orchid. It's for the entire county. I just have a feeling that, knowing my district, I probably have more people that are wanted than most. Some probably in my own household. So I'm going to look at that list very carefully. No, I appreciate that, and I think that really removes a big roadblock, but appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that we all very much care about the public safety, and I appreciate, the geographic potential orientation to this, but it's a problem for the entire county. Supervisor Hartman.
I had a question. What's a reasonable period of time for the CCP to come back? 3 months or?
Supervisor, through the chair, I would use my prerogative as the chair of the CCP to kick it to the work group immediately. And it will take a couple of months probably for some discussion to work its way through. The next meeting of the CCP proper is in August. So I would say September, perhaps.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty quick turnaround.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic.
Okay, so can we go back to, can you put the hybrid approach up again, Paul, for us? So why can't we, wait a second, that's not the right one, is it? This. Yeah, okay. So why can't he keep his 100,000 for overtime? And in the remaining funds, it says holding 990. So, as the sheriff said, I'd rather kick off that person with the 301,000, keep the balance in whatever other use you want to use, charge the CCP with coming back to us within, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Hartman, I didn't hear what the answer was to that. By September. Okay, by September, they come back. And instead of waiting, why don't we get that person identified in the sheriff's department now? And that's going to be the point person anyway that the CCP is going to be dealing with. And then the CCP comes back to us in September with, and doesn't that work out financially? I mean, so I'm not sure why we were holding it instead of releasing it now.
Supervisors, part of the option 3 and 4 from the CO's office was just hold as much because we don't know what's coming from the state. We still have Northern Branch Jail. I actually started out with option 4, save as much as we can, but realizing your priorities and the sheriff's priorities, we came up with option 3. So that was just hold as much as we can because we don't know what's ahead of us. But again, your board can make other choices and say, no, we want to just, we were going to have it in the sheriff's budget anyway originally, reallocate it as you'd like.
Okay. Well then, I'd like to, I'm supportive of the hybrid approach of number 3 with releasing that. I guess it's not really hybrid approach 3. It is hybrid approach.
It's really option
mine. Well, it's kind of option 2. If you want, do you have an idea of how you want to roll it out?
I think so. And I just wanted to, if you don't mind, Chair Capps,
Sure.
I don't mean to.
No, you're good.
Let's just begin start where we began here, was that we were going to actually spend into our reserves with these cannabis revenues this last year. We already took some cuts here as a board. We said we wanted to live within our means and not spend reserves out of this program. So that's why we're having this discussion here now, is that we decided we wanted to be, as a board, to live within our means and existing funding. So I think this has been we should take credit for that conversation of trying to do something financially prudent. But option 2 with, or I guess it's option 3, because what doesn't work about option 2 is I'm not sure where that 122,000 that's in the negative fleshes out. Because if you roll that 301.6 from your remaining funds of 990, you can get that position, that felony warrants position, back into option 3 and still leave $100,000 for the South Coast for overtime, or maybe to be leveraged into a CRD in the future if that doesn't materialize, or if that option rematerializes. So that would be my motion, and have the additional $33,000 or $32,000 stay in 990, which would be the balance. Would that work?
No, for me.
Well, I mean, budgetarily wise, would that work?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Well, that's where I would be at.
Supervisor Hartman, do you have your action, or?
So if I understand, please leave option 3 there. So you're going for option 2?
It's option 3.
Oh, okay.
But having, instead of pulling out at 339,
You're allocating that now. Okay, I'm open to that. I'm supportive of option 3. I am the overtime. I mean, all of us have areas in our county where we would like more resources, and I share with Supervisor Lee. My top priority, if I were sheriff, would be community resource deputies for all the reasons that he mentioned. That's community engagement, community intelligence, building trust. But that isn't, that we have to fund separately if we want it. And Vandenberg Village would like it, Los Alamos would like it, the San Ynez Valley would like it. It raises to me an equity question about, I know Orchid got it from their own funding, and that was Supervisor Nelson who was clever enough to find that and figure that out. The rest of us haven't been so clever. So it, again, I'm not, we allocated some funding for the Hot Springs Trail. Maybe this would carry that on. I think that's an important issue, but I'm just, it doesn't seem quite fair.
Can I respond to that?
Yes.
Because I had a lot of heartburn when this was initially approached as well, because I, again, did find 75% of the money from Orchid taxpayers to pay for CRD. The board did come in with some additional funds for Los Alamos out of the general fund. That was something that you guys partnered with me on, making that a full position for a community that might not be able to afford that on their own. What got me there for the South Coast CRD, or extra community resource engagement, was one of the things was that, you know, we were trying to find some balance here, right? We were looking at these things. We know that the felony thing's kind of more of a North County issue. I mean, it's going to be a countywide issue, but it's something more in North County. So that was part of it. The other part that for me, was that a lot of this revenue is coming from that area. You know, a lot of this cannabis revenue is coming from the Carpinteria area, and they've had a lot of the impacts. And so, you know, this is those dollars.
How about the San Ynez Valley?
Well, but most of the revenues come from Carpinteria, to be fair. I mean, I know we don't necessarily follow dollars to impacts in the county. We try not to go down that road too far. But in a significant way, it really has been the Carpinteria Valley and the South Coast that has experienced a lot of the cannabis impacts. And that's why I personally, as much as I really had early on heartburn about that, got myself to be willing to support that.
Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, so I agree with Supervisor Hartman. The overtime is not a CRD. It's part-time, if that. What if we roll that 100,000 to the 990 and then talk about more options that we can do with it? Would that?
Well, yeah, and I think that brings us to the discussion of other groups that were in here that spoke about education and those types of things. And I'd be willing to get on board with that.
Okay.
Okay, great. If I could now, I think it's the right time. You all were given a proposal that my team and I came up with, really listening to future leaders saying we need to invest in prevention, and also being a very responsive board. So I have a quick presentation about a potential use of these funds to address the crisis we have in mental health related to detention orders that are happening, related to deportation. And I firmly believe, regardless of how one feels about the policy coming from our federal government, we can all agree that we have a crisis on our hands with people, a lot of young people whose parents are disappearing overnight, who are no longer here, no longer serving as caretakers. And so what I am putting forward in this presentation, this is a quote about that we are not equipped currently for what is happening right now. And this is not something we could have predicted prior to this budget process, but what is happening right now in our community with serious mental health crisis related to deportations. And so if you can go to the next slide, please. We know about the ICE raids. We know that they're happening here. They're happening almost daily. They just happened in Santa Maria. 40 Central Coast farm workers detained by ICE in workplace raids. And what I'm focused on is what happens to those children, what happens to those caretakers, those loved ones of folks when this is happening, or even the threat of it happening. And will they eventually someday end up in our criminal justice system because of what might have happened to them at age 5, at age 11? So the next slide. So a few just examples. These are again, children, a 5-year-old male, a young boy from Santa Maria. He's in severe anxiety to the point where he can't leave the side of his mother, but she is facing asylum. She's in hearings and will likely be deported, and has made the excruciating choice that she will most likely leave, leaving him here alone. So what happens to that child? Well, there are mental health services right now by the same team that is working to help this boy's mother, providing counseling at the same time. So the next example, please. A 15-year-old right here in Carpinteria, her father was arrested on his way to work. He was her primary caretaker because her mother had died when she was a toddler. And now she and her grandmother are living in their car in Carpinteria. She was apparently a straight-A student, and her grades are plummeting. And again, she is benefiting from counseling that is it is a surgical impact need right now in our community. Next slide. And so what I'm putting forward is the fact that there's this acute need of 65 people right now today on a wait list with the Immigration Legal Defense Center waiting for mental health services and $360,000 would fill that need. That would provide 3 therapists with, a very modest salary of $85,000 each with benefits that could help satisfy this need. And just to answer the question, why a nonprofit as opposed to our county, trust is so fundamental at this stage of what's happening with the panic, with the fear, with the anxiety. And so these counselors are working hand in glove with the legal representation that these folks are facing. So that trust has already been established, whereas if there's a referral system, it would have to be started over. So I'm putting this proposal on the table because, again, of this acute, urgent need that I do see a connection with what we're talking about, with eventual trying to keep people out of our criminal justice system and trying to respond in a moralistic and humanitarian way to a crisis that's happening right around us. So the proposal is in front of you and also on the screen is to designate $360,000 to the Immigrant Legal Defense Center to be used to provide mental health services for persons experiencing stress and mental health issues related to deportation actions. So that is my solution. I came in, supportive potentially of option 3 or option 4, especially if this could be part of the conversation. And I appreciate that the conversation is moving in this direction. Supervisor Lee.
So a question for staff. So how do we get to yes on this? Can we pour it from cannabis reserves? Can we just do it from the 990 that if it proposed?
So supervisors, our calculation is that in order to, if you add back the $100,000 into the pot and not do the $100,000 for overtime for the sheriff's department, you put in the warrant deputy, that would mean that, and then you put in the $360,000 that Chair Capps just put, we would need $222,500 from the cannabis reserve, which we could do. We have funding still in cannabis reserve one time. We could still meet our cannabis prudent reserve, and we'd have some additional funding. So you could do it by pulling from the cannabis reserve funds.
Got it. And Supervisor Capps, this is a one-time funding, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This would be, again, 3 therapists for a year, which again, hopefully that would satisfy the current backlog of the dire need for mental health services of this community.
Good. I just want to say I'm supportive. I think mental health, we talk about how it's important to us, and we have the means to do something about it today. So,
just supervisors, just one clarification. We do give this organization $100,000 or so through the Human Services grants. So we would expect, if you made the allocation today, the appropriation, our preference would be to have it go through CSD to do the same process. So they'd be responsible for getting that contract out.
Sure.
I mean, how much, again, did you say we allocate to them through Human Services?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, I believe the most recent 3-year, which I believe went to your board in May for the Human Services Commission, included $105,000 annually for the Immigrant Legal Defense Center for youth legal and support services.
For 1 year or?
I believe, and CSD, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that's part of their 3-year
years.
cycle. It's their new 3-year cycle.
But am I correct that that wasn't necessarily designated for mental health services, Director Armas?
I think it's legal.
Chair Capps and Supervisors, that was a decision on funding that you made just a few weeks ago, and we will be bringing those contracts before you for formal action. It may not be at the next meeting, but the meeting thereafter. So if there's some interest in incorporating the provisions that you've described, we can take a quick look at the contract and see how we might amend it to reflect the direction you've provided. My recollection is that that funding is for 2 years. It was on a 3-year cycle, but we've modified that, and the commission recommended a 2-year cycle.
And the Human Commission's, the commission came up with that recommendation, is that correct?
Indeed, yes.
Thank you, Director. Other questions about it? Supervisor Lavigno?
Thank you. So what is left, what would be in the cannabis reserve then at that point? If
Supervisor Lavigno, through the chair, with the action the board took to change the to reduce the ongoing funding that was exceeding the ongoing revenue coming in on June 3rd. With that action, that falls now to fund balance because it wasn't appropriated. So that left about $2.25 million in that prudent reserve, which is more than the policy calls for, but also we know the revenues are less every year, so we're trying to hold on to that. This change would bring it to just over $2 million still in that fund balance.
Okay. So is there room for a compromise? I really I like the idea, but I want to make a really significant point here. These are not taxpayer funds. This isn't what your neighbors have paid into. So if somebody has a problem with this, these are dollars that are coming from the cannabis growers, okay, and the cannabis industry. So to me, I always feel like a different color of money with it. So I don't have a problem with this. I think it's actually a really good idea and part of what Prop 64 was all about. Is there a way, what if we did something like, if we could do 2 therapists and then come back in 6 months and say, I want to see how it's going. I just want to know, because one of the things I'm hearing like at Kids Network and stuff is that people aren't actually showing up to these organizations to receive services because they're afraid. So it's kind of a catch-22. So I don't know if these folks go on site or where they go. I'd kind of like to get a 6-month, how's it working? Do you need more money? Are you accessing this? How many people actually came in to be seen? Some measurables attached to it.
Well, I appreciate that, and I thank you for your initial support for it in concept. This is exactly why a grant would be necessary here, because of that referral breakdown potential. And I've seen that as a school board member, that you do all the right things and you set up the right programs, and then especially when it comes to kids, and this is a lot of children we're talking about, it doesn't happen. But this is where that trust has already been established, because the person in question who is detained or deported is being represented by this organization, and so they're already enmeshed in the family structure. And so to then add the counselor, which I think has been a brilliant decision by the part of this organization to do these 2 things hand in glove, so that you're not just dealing with the legal system, but you're actually dealing with the human component of the fact that, I just can't fathom what it would be like for an 11-year-old or 15-year-old girl in Carpinteria to just suddenly have her primary caretaker gone.
Right.
And that means his income, that means their house. And so that trusted counselor is already in the picture.
So these aren't people, so they're already on payroll. This is just,
they would add capacity. They would add capacity. And we asked that
okay.
specific question, do you think you could do that? And she said, there is such an outpouring of interest to be part of the solution right now. People are, it goes without saying, people are floored by what's happening to our community being ripped apart and families being ripped apart. And there is such an interest on behalf of those in the mental health profession to jump in and help in this way. Other questions about it? Supervisor Hartman?
I'm very appreciative and grateful that you've brought this forward, and I think it keeps faith to some extent with the future leaders of America who are here. And I think it's only a finger in the dike, but it's something we can do.
Thank you.
And I worry that we're going to have a deluge of much more of this, and I don't know what we're going to do then, but at least we make a step forward.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Hartman. I've been working in the immigration world for a while as an advocate, and I was shocked to even read about these situations. And I think until you stop and think of what would that mean for a family, what would that mean for a little kid, and to know that there is an organization that's filling that need to the extent they possibly can. Supervisor Lee.
So Supervisor Capps, will you be open to 2?
I'd be open
right
to
now and then 6 months?
Yeah.
I'd be open to anything, and I appreciate the spirit of this conversation. I just think I put forward what the need is and the price tag associated with that, or at least the need that literally just fills the backlog. There's certainly a much as Supervisor Hartman indicated, there is a much greater need out there. But yes, I'm open, and I would love to have this be part of, for me, this would make so much sense for part of our cannabis funds to be going towards, and it's a lot of farm workers, and it's a lot of people who potentially even work. Anyway, you get my point. I think it's really important.
Got it. Supervisor Nelson, I want to get your input on this. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm supportive of the concept. You know, I'm with Supervisor Lavanino that these are cannabis funds, and it goes with the mission of some of the impacts of what we're trying to do with this project. I think I've got the numbers down, if I can try to run down what I'm hearing. With 2 therapists, is that what we were talking about at this point?
We could be. I'd still want to,
So
3 would be better, but sure.
Just trying to bring everybody together potentially. So if we do the hybrid approach, and we actually fund the felony warrants at $301,600, that would, and we took away the sheriff overtime supplement of the $100,000, that would leave us with a balance of $137,500. And then, let me do my...
New budget director, Supervisor Nelson, crunching the numbers.
He's a math guy.
Paul already has it. Go ahead.
It's 100, then it would be 102,500 coming out of reserves. Can we get consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, where does that leave us? Supervisor Hartman?
I think we're almost there. I just wanted to add something, though, about the narcotics team. And I know we think, is that?
Narcotics.
Narcotics team.
Narcotics, yeah, for North and South. And I wanted to, I know Sheriff Brown will be sympathetic to this, but I just don't want to lose the nexus to Lompoc. It's my understanding that a lot of fentanyl goes there and then gets distributed out. And so it's not the largest, but it is very important link in the network. And I know you have a lot of empathy, but just wanted to reinforce that.
Okay, so it seems as though, Supervisor Nelson, why don't you, since you did that, can you please summarize where we are here for me?
Well, I think
I was making my emotional plea, and I lost track here a little bit.
Yeah, sure. I think we're in the consensus on the hybrid approach with again, the funding of the felony warrants position, elimination of the sheriff overtime position, and then funding 2 therapists through the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund. That also includes bringing over $102,500 from cannabis revenue fund balance to balance this out on this one. So I think if that's the motion, or at least
with direction to the CCP that we get
something in September.
Right, something in September of a game plan and what that looks like.
Are we allowed to give direction or make a request? I'm not quite sure what our authority is.
On the CCP?
Yeah.
The board can always give, is the CCP chair here?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's here.
I think you can give direction to the CCP chair. Yes.
Okay.
And supervisors, just a couple of things. So we still need to, because it's part of you're adding or changing the budget, we just have to get a sheet up and passed out, so it's part of the record, as required by the County Budget Act. So if
We also need direction on the $250,000, how we're going to break that or not break I'm talking about for oil and gas, yeah.
Correct. And when we'll go through before we end, we'll have more clarity about how we word that. We believe there will be a separate action, but just how we word it. So just one more point of clarification on the felony warrants deputy. I wasn't clear if that was considered a one-time, because we wanted to see how it goes, or if that was...
I think all these are one time at this point.
Aside from the sheriff deputies for narcotics. Is that correct, or did you want that one time?
Or we consider, I mean, of course, we'd like those to go ongoing, but I think as a board, we're viewing this all as one time when it comes to cannabis, a year in. the way we've seen it, but I think there's a huge, that is the highest priority for at least myself, and I'm hearing from some of my other colleagues. So is some of the cannabis money have different colors in the past?
It's just really for planning purposes. So for the sheriff and for our office to plan what we consider is going to be an ongoing versus one time. I mean, that's really what it's for. And as we look at revenues dipping, we would obviously look at removing the one time before the ongoing or having this conversation again.
I think we're looking to have this conversation, unfortunately, based on next year's revenues. I mean, of course, we'd love to just not have to deal with it, but I think based on what we're seeing with these revenues, this is going to be an ongoing conversation this board's going to have during budget workshops.
Okay.
So I think the CEO Miyasato is saying she wants it, you'd like to see it as ongoing, and then if we have to whack it a year from now, then we cut it back. I hate to use.
Can we not use the term whack? I know you're. I know
I'm
you're
Italian, man.
Come on.
That's what happens.
To my recommendation, because we are going to have to revisit this, I would rather, if you go back to option 3, I did recommend having the sheriff deputies for narcotics, the two, and the related program costs be ongoing, which means we believe those will continue, and the other things that you mentioned, we would say is one time.
I'll go ahead and make that part of my motion for those funds, is make those two positions ongoing. Are we okay with that? I'm getting nodding heads.
I will second.
So just for clarification, this is the motion on the cannabis portion of it.
And we have to see it, right?
Yeah, you do need to see it, so if you could just,
Do you want to?
Paul, do you need a 5-minute break for
Do
them
you need a
to-
break?
They also need to get copies printed out.
We don't. We can take 5 minutes if that would be more comfortable.
Could you just give us 5 minutes so we
It's
can actually get the
important to
hard
get it right.
copies?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on this portion?
Chair Capps and members of the board, I have not received any requests to speak from the public on this particular item regarding the cannabis tax revenue allocation, but if there are any members of the public in the audience or on Zoom that would like to speak, please fill out a speaker slip. I'm not seeing any requests at this time, so we can move forward.
Okay, then we can proceed with our deliberations. Or I'm sorry, to our CEO.
Supervisor, Chair Capps, if we could put on the screen just so that we can get clarity, and we have the document that's been posted and put around the dais, and Paul will go through it just for clarity.
Thank you, CEO Miyasato. If we could just zoom in just a little bit more on that. And this is attachment G, which makes the cannabis tax adjustments when your board adopts to the recommended budget. So at the top here, we've got the sources, and that's the Sheriff's Cannabis Enforcement Program amount. We talked about the 1502100, and then the additional release of cannabis fund balance for 102,500. That will end up being an allocation of about $1.6 million. For the uses we just discussed, we've got the 2 narcotics deputies at $301.6 thousand each for a total of $603,200. We've got the building lease costs at $239,000 that we will seek to get lower than that during the year. And then under the one-time uses, we're referring the felony warrants issued to the CCP. We've got the sheriff, a half of business licensing processing deputy. Those funds would be released if the licensing revenue is insufficient to cover the cost of the position. Adding back in the cannabis audits for the treasurer tax collector for 1 year. And then the new additions discussed by your board, adding in the 1 FTE in the Sheriff's Department for warrants at $301,600, and fund 1 year of 2 therapists with the Immigrant Legal Defense Center at $240,000 via the CSD budget through the Human Services Commission, and that totals the uses of $1,604,600.
Thank you. A question about the lease. If in fact we are able to get out of that, which was indicated by the sheriff, that money, can that go back into 990?
Yes, we would transfer less. We would only transfer what they end up spending.
And so the anticipation is that potentially within 6 months of that lease?
Yeah, ideally.
Okay, thank you. Other questions about the data presented?
And supervisors, just to note that that the board had asked us to also look at the deferred maintenance fund, and our recommendation was that we not use the deferred maintenance fund that goes to cannabis, and that's why it's not on the chart. So just to confirm that.
Okay. Okay, then I think looks as though we have achieved consensus. Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I don't know if we need actually a motion to add this to the budget.
I think we can address with the recommended actions in a couple slides. It is attachment G is one of those.
I just want to make sure that we also still get a chance to vote on the other piece. So
Yes.
I don't want them to be together. I want to make sure they're separate.
Well, I appreciate the work up here. We came to a pretty remarkable consensus on a bunch of different aspects of this fund. So, and I'm excited for the future of this fund. Okay.
So supervisors, we just have a couple more slides. We will get to the action.
Oh, right.
And then we will also then take that separate action on the sustainability money.
Thank you. So just a quick look ahead at after the adoption hearings. We'll be working with departments over the coming months to develop multi-year strategies for mitigating the deficits that we do see in our 5-year forecast. Certain departments are likely to return to your board this fall with updates and potential rebudgeting after the state and federal budget become clearer. And by January of next year, we would return to the board with a refreshed and updated 5-year forecast presentation that would include high-level strategies for mitigating the deficits. By the time we get to workshops next April, we'd be presenting more refined Phase 1 reduction strategies as we head into the 26-27 fiscal year, and implementation would begin in July with the new fiscal year.
May I have a question on that? Could you go back? So will the board not get involved until January in kind of addressing our structural issues or long-term?
Supervisors, the board can get involved anytime. I think we are going to be, we believe it's going to take us quite a while just to work with our departments to come up with different strategies, review them. It's going to take several iterations. Many departments haven't been through this process with us before. And so, we can give an update when we know a lot of the Health and Human Service departments will have to come back in the fall when the federal budget is determined. And you can give us more direction there. We were just trying to figure out what's the best way to give complete information as much as we can. So we were planning January. If the board wants us to come back at different intervals, we're certainly happy to. But it's going to be an iterative process with our departments.
I think there are some broad policy issues that we might want to be talking about simultaneous to what the departments are doing. So,
well, the sooner the better, because we're starting in July to talk about reduction strategies. So if the board wants to give us direction, we can come back this summer and talk about that.
Great. Okay. I think we're ready for the motion on the entire budget. I just need a little more clarity on the guidance for the separate vote on the oil and gas piece, please.
Just Supervisor, just as you just approved attachment G, that will be incorporated into the recommended budget. We just wanted to say that is online.
Okay. So I understand from what's in front of me that the oil and gas piece is item C of the staff recommendation action. So how do we pull that out?
And Chair Capps, we worked together at the break to work on revised language for that separate motion. So the board can take that first and then take the remainder of the budget, if you'd like.
Sure.
So just to clarify what attachment A3 is, it's allocating $250,000 of funding from the Sustainability Initiative set aside to the Community Services Department to work on oil and gas regulations in the coming year. So the motion would be approve a revision to the recommended budget by approving attachment A3.
I would make that motion.
I'm happy to second it unless you'd prefer. Okay. I'll second it. So roll call vote, please, on that piece. Supervisor Levanino, did you want to speak to
I
it?
just wanted to talk to the budget more as in general, but go ahead. Let's just go ahead with this vote real quick.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
No.
Supervisor Labanino?
No.
Chair Capps?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Supervisor Levanino, did you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments just on the overall budget. I really wanted to thank the Sheriff's Department and the Cannabis Enforcement Team. We did 7 years ago, we came up with a plan, and you guys were trying to implement the plan that we did, and now we're pivoting. And so I really appreciate the ideas that you came back with, and I think we're going to be a better county for all of that. I want to apologize to any department heads if I kind of insinuated that you guys weren't doing your jobs. I understand that we set the policy. We had not set a clear policy. We had not funded anything. I take as much responsibility for the situation we're in right now. What I'm just trying to do is look forward and move past all of that. And one other thing I want to say about this budget is that, we keep calling it a status quo budget, which sounds bad, but you got to remind yourself that we're doing a lot of great things here. First off, while other municipalities and counties and cities around us are really struggling financially with huge deficits, we are strong financially. We're putting money to our CEO's credit and to our budget team. We're looking out 5 years, and we're seeing problems 3, 4, 5 years from now, and we're addressing those now. This is what good governance is all about. So I look at, we're spending over $500 million. When we talk about a values document, we're spending about $600 million this year in Santa Barbara County on social services and health and human services, public health, behavioral wellness, child support, First Five, social services. We're backfilling where the federal government is falling short for the first time ever. Those are important things to recognize. We're also spending about $500 million on public safety. And what frustrates me about that is there's a small fraction of people in this community that force us to spend $500 million when we could be spending it on. Can you imagine what a great community we would have if we weren't spending so much money chasing a small fraction of everybody? But think about what we've done with homelessness, encampment enforcement, building Hope Village in La Posada, adding 175 units. In criminal justice, I mean, jail healthcare, we added 22 new positions. Medicaid assisted treatment, we're up to 215 individuals. We have the READY pilot program. We've done energy efficiencies all through our county buildings. We added 150 new EV chargers. We've got lighting coming in at Orchid Community Park, a parking lot at Goleta Beach, renovations at Cachuma and Rincon. We built a regional fire communication center that was just completed. We're building a new probation center. We're launching, almost every department is launching some new innovative, they're making innovative investments in technology and how to do things smarter and better. I feel like everybody's kind of depressed because this is just a ho-hum status quo budget that only took us 5 hours to get through. That's because everything is run so well here, not by the board, but by you guys and by the CEO's office. There's not glaring, huge problems that we have to address. And when there are, we tackle them. I mean, these are 5 different individuals coming from we have different political realities that we all work in and different folks, communities that we have to respond to. And for us to come together on some of these divisive issues so congenially, I guess, is different than the way it was when I first got here. So you're all doing an amazing job. I just felt like this year, it felt like people are kind of, I don't know, getting jaded, or we just feel like, well, there's no money. There is money. There is money, and we're spending it, and we're saving what we need to so that 2 years from now, 3 years from now, we're not having to go and lay off folks. Because I've been through that before, and it is no fun to sit in this room and try to figure out which awesome service that we provide to the public that we have to cut, that we have to send somebody out the door. And so I'll be toasting something tonight, so you guys all should as well. So,
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I'm grateful both for Kelsey's film and for Supervisor Lavanino kind of putting this all in perspective. I do think we're in a time of tremendous uncertainty, and so we're all affected by that, and we're not sure what's coming down the pike. But I really appreciate this year the department heads. There were no end runs trying to come with big proposals. It was a tight year, and everybody respected that. And it really puts us in a difficult position when one department comes and they've got this crying need, and the other departments have gone by the rules. And so you didn't do that this year, and I really appreciate it because it's a difficult position to be in. I really think our budget staff is unbelievable. Any question, and you have to know not just the numbers, but all the policies behind the numbers, and you can explain that. And I've long forgot. I mean, it's years ago. So I really, really appreciate just super, super budget staff. And then I want to just appreciate my colleagues. I remember early meetings. I mean, it felt like coming to war, coming to the budget. It was a zero-sum game, and it was not very pleasant. And I think we come to it with how do we each give each other a win, and that'll be a win for the county as a whole. And so we strive to do that, and it makes this job a lot more fun, and I feel like celebrating even in a difficult budget year. So thank you.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Capps. You know, I think Supervisor Lavanino hit the nail on the head with his comments, but I also want to keep the perspective of we are taking care of big issues that were thrust upon us in past generations. You know, we have a huge pension liability that we are, year after year being faithful to paying down. You know, there's a lot of other jurisdictions that are not in the same place that we are. spent a lot of time up in Sacramento with a lot of other supervisors and a lot of other counties that when I tell them about where we are at in our county, they are shocked. Their jaws drop. Because we've been responsible and we're making the payment every year, and that takes discipline. You know, from when there was, I guess Supervisor Lavanino was up here when that started, but each subsequent supervisor, I think there's probably been 8 or 9 of us that have sit up here along Supervisor Lavanino to year after year continue to make those payments towards paying down past obligations of past boards that made promises that they couldn't afford to make. Even this jail is another example of past generations not putting money aside for this. Yet this board has tackled that. And that's come at a cost, and I think you all feel it. I feel it. You know, I have a lot of priorities and visions for investments that we can make as a county, but I do think the ongoing prudence and fiscal responsibility of this board really proves out an important story about who we are as a county and as an organization. And at the end of the day, we are just representing and serving, who our real bosses are, which are the constituents in our community, the 450,000 people that elected the 5 of us who get taxed to pay the rest of our salaries here. It's really important to remember that's who we are here to serve, and I think we're doing a great job at that. So I'm looking forward to supporting this budget this year.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Capps. I remember when I first met Mona, she mentioned that the county is like a big old boat, and that it takes a lot to steer it because it takes time. And I believe that we're all working together to steer in the right direction. And seeing up here in the dais, all the supervisors working together, all the amazing department heads I got to know and respect greatly because of all the hard work you have done. So this is awesome. This is the first budget hearing, and I hope for the next few years it will continue to be just like this, if not better. So thank you.
Uh-oh, we set the bar high for him. It's good. No, I appreciate, I spoke at the beginning about discipline, and I just want to pick up on Supervisor Nelson's comment to that front, because these are our daunting times in our country, and scrutiny and discipline are, I believe, the path forward to really be focused on results. What we do up here is an art, not a science, and to just kind of feel the chemistry of how that compromise unfolded here. Maybe 2 hours ago, it was unclear that it would, right? And here we are, it's only 1:25 in the afternoon. Maybe that's a record for this budget, but I just really appreciate that the art that goes into us trying to really respect each other's opinions and priorities, and also have really a shared vision of serving the people. And by the way, providing a really concrete contrast to other forms of government in our country right now. So I just am grateful and thank you all and thank the department heads. And with that, I will entertain a motion for passage of this budget.
So do you want to put that up? They just need to put the budget slide up. There we go. So supervisors, you already took a motion on it, on C. So it's the rest of the recommended actions on the screen.
Who would like to do the honors?
I'll go ahead and make a motion of A through I with the exception of C. Make a motion.
And I believe we already passed G.
Nope, we actually did the motion.
Oh, we didn't. Okay, right. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson.
Second.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. All those in favor? Or should we do a roll call vote for the sake of it? Yes, we will do that. Roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Hartman?
Aye.
Supervisor Nelson?
Aye.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Aye.
And Chair Capps.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And that, we have a budget.
Supervisors, you have one more. You have one more action regarding the former redevelopment agency. So
The what?
the successor agency. So you have one more action to take.
Okay.
Yes, Chair Capps and members of the board, we do require an additional motion, which is departmental item number 2 on our agenda today, page 9, to consider recommendations regarding the fiscal year 25 through 26 recommended budget for the County of Santa Barbara as successor agency to the former County of Santa Barbara Redevelopment Agency, and that is a motion to approve staff recommendations A and B.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, one last item, which is a call for public comment on anything related not to our budget.
Chair Capps and members of the board, we do have one request to speak from the public. If that member of the public is still here, Leo Smith.
I don't see him.
I believe he has left the meeting, so we have no request to speak
Okay.
on general public comment today.
With that, I'm happy to adjourn us until Tuesday, the 24th, here in Santa Barbara. Thanks, everybody.